ist ein Gespräch über Wandel und die Lust auf Veränderung. Wovon möchten wir mehr und wovon weniger? Ist es mehr wollen oder machen? Ein Wandeln oder Weichen? Deutschland ist ein verlässlicher Wachstumsmotor in Europa, wo Macher und Entscheiderinnen Innovationen vorantreiben und neue Technologien entwickeln und zum Einsatz bringen. Hier leben die Game Changer.
This is where the game changers live. We will jointly shape a future location, characterized by mid-sized business and responsible acting. Many options are available for the future, politically as well as technologically. For us, as drivers of innovation, new has become normal. Now it's about prioritizing the new and finding answers. Which future will we decide on? TDI 2021.
Guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen zu...
Good morning and a warm welcome to the third and last day at the TDI Day of Industry. I'm happy you're with us. I'm Sumi Eskan, and with me is Sigrid Russwurm of the BDI and my colleague Isabel Kanner. Good morning. Let us look back to yesterday, Mr. Russwurm, and to all of TDI. For you, what do you think were the most important insights? First of all, it was a fantastic atmosphere. Lots of exciting people actually ended up talking to each other. I think it was very good that we didn't have speeches from the rostrum, but panels, discussions. And I thought every one of the panels was exciting from the beginning until the end, late afternoon. Many important questions were addressed with energy, controversial, different options. I thought it was a fantastic day. Professor Russwurm, in the middle of all this togetherness, time of change, there was one very important question you asked yesterday about the basic consensus for the country. Let's listen to what you said. The Germany of 2021, do they still have the basic consensus that this country is a country of industry, export and innovation? Does this basic consensus still exist socially and politically? And the Chancellor reacted. She said it gave her food for thought that this question was asked. What exactly did you mean, and why is this question one that concerns you? First of all, I think the logic is inevitable. There is no alternative to Germany being an industrialized nation. An industrial nation like Germany needs to import energy, raw materials, so we need to be successful in export to compensate. And the assets we have, the selling point against other countries can only be innovation. So for me, it is logical. But this logical consequence is not something that everybody shares. I've had a lot of discussions in recent months, and that's why I started doubting whether the people I was talking to would share this basic consensus. And this is why it was important to me to ask that central question. Because if we don't agree on this basic consensus, we have a much more fundamental problem, more important than individual issues. The chairperson of the Green Party, Annalena Baerbock, also emphasized this. She mentioned about pact with industry. Let's listen. I am utterly convinced, and despite all the disagreements, Mr. Russwurm, which exists with us, for example, when we read programs, maybe both sides interpret things differently, just the way we like. But I think there is a groundswell of feeling which makes clear it's no longer a question whether we be climate neutral, but whether Germany and Europe are going to be ahead in this race. So the question, Mr. Russwurm, how does what Ms. Baerbock said echo with industry? First of all, it's really good that the chairperson of the Greens and challenger for the chancellorship commits clearly to Germany as an industrial nation. But we are the people who do things. So paying lip service to is one thing, but actually doing something, we'll have to wait and see. The continuation of the consensus from the political level right into society is what counts. I would love the politicians, like yesterday Mrs. Baerbock agreeing with this, would actually carry that to their clientele, make clear where it's necessary, and then we've got to get going. So then we also have the SPD candidate, Olaf Scholz, finance minister, who talked about the electricity lie. What he meant, let's listen. So it's time to speak out. The kind and scope of the change we're facing is not something we are prepared for. We are not engaging in the right debate about the things that really matter. We're thinking too parochial. For many decisions and decision-making processes, we take far too long. And ultimately, we act without enough courage. This urgently needs to change. Let me give you 3 examples that really matter. First, let me put it loud and clear, the electricity lie. Until today, the Ministry of Economic Affairs assumes that electricity consumption will remain constant by 2030. But who's going to believe that? So when you hear this, would you agree with him? Would you say, yes, one can go so far as to call it the electricity lie? It was discussed a great deal also yesterday. What sort of planning certainty is there? How about it with energy questions? Well, first of all, it wouldn't be my way of calling it an electricity lie. I think it's also interesting that the Deputy Chancellor of the current government, which has been in power for a whole parliament, calls it that. Many things have stopped and not been done, and as the substance is concerned, he's right. And the Minister of Economic Affairs actually agrees. So let's put this in perspective. Mr. Altmaier also said they're working on this. I mean, substantially, Olaf Scholz is right. We have a massive deficit. We need and will need far more green energy, particularly in industry, and industry needs that energy available reliably. Decisions we make now have a long time before they come to fruition. Production means a production necessary for 2030, 45 will be decided and planned now and have to amortize as well. So we need green energy a lot more and a lot quicker. So Olaf Scholz is right, but I think he can't sort of get off scot-free because he's been the Deputy Chancellor, so he's been part of it for years. The head of the CDU, Mr. Laschet, also the challenger for the chancellorship, was here. And he mentioned the things that we're all concerned with, how to combine ecology and the economy. How can Germany be climate neutral and remain an industrialized nation? Let's see how he put it. I believe that in these times, much will have to change. We spoke of the end of an era. The crucial matter for which we'll need to find an answer in the 2020s is how the climate targets can be achieved while still remaining an industrial country. For me, it is clear that we want to be a climate-neutral industrial country. And the second part, from my point of view, is something with which the political competitors don't emphasize enough. Is that true? And how do we keep a balance between the two? First of all, our intention for this political part of TDI was to put just this emphasis. And afterwards, now I can say it was successful. All the 3 candidates standing for chancellorship have committed, and the chairpeople of the other parties did the same thing later. It's important that we remain a competitive industrial country, but still, yes, headline, easy to agree to. When it comes to concrete measures along how to do this and combine these 3, we'll have to keep working at it. Our colleagues in the UK and US would say seeing is believing. So I'm saying let's get going. I want to see some action. The headline is good, the commitment is good, but the conclusion from that is if we share this basic consensus, then we need to act in concrete terms aligned with these 3 dimensions. But when the party political manifesto of the Conservatives was presented, other parties say there is no plan for how to achieve and implement the climate targets. Do you agree that there is no plan how to combine economy and ecology? Well, speaking between you and me, not one of the party manifestos has a concrete plan that I recognize. Perhaps it's not that bad, because the offer we put on the table yesterday, loud, clearly and publicly, is we want to work on this plan. I mean, I'm not sure whether you have a huge level of trust on part of industry when the plan comes from politics or one ministry. I definitely frown at that. Our offer is, let's work on the plan to turn Germany an ecological industrial country, and let's work with politics. The politicians would be well advised to listen to us. We know how to do it, and we do it. I think the Chancellor, right at the beginning of the event, said this too. So let's take a listen what the Chancellor said. Climate neutrality by 2045, more stringent target for 2030, 65% instead of the original 55%. You are absolutely right. We haven't really set it down in stone, and it will become part of the election campaign just how this can be achieved. How do you see this? It's not been worked out in detail. Well, first of all, I agree that she agrees with me and that she also shares my view. When she says it's not being put in stone yet, it means the concrete implementation plan hasn't been done. We need to start working on that fast, or time will run away with us. 2045 isn't some time from thinking industrially. This is tomorrow, like early tomorrow. So this finish it, the concrete measures for implementation, what needs to be done, particularly for infrastructure, and how fast. And how fast can we make decisions? Because we in industry know that once you make the decision, that's one thing, but you still have to build whatever it is, like electricity lines and a grid to combine north and the rest of Germany, lines from the north to the south, lines that give us the sort of import. We need massive infrastructure for green electricity, green hydrogen. We need a bit of time to actually put that into place and construct these things, even though we want to have achieved much by 2030. So what matters now is fast and concrete decisions. That's how I understood the Chancellor. And interpreting it positively, she's given a clear mandate to her successor. We're all anticipating what will happen after the elections. Yesterday, many people said it's about the relationship that politics and industry will have in the future. How did Mrs. Merkel shape that relationship, and what do you expect post-Merkel? Angela Merkel certainly contributed from her scientific background. She understood industrial content and substance. You saw that every time we went on an affair with her. She wasn't always the most easy person to talk to. That, of course, isn't what she's there for, I admit that. But the basic consensus, that is something which she always shared with us in all her 16 years in office, and she did so again yesterday. So the interactions between us, as my predecessors can confirm, after all, she's seen quite a few presidents of the BDI, that's always been intensive, always been good. Not always easy, but that's a good thing. A chancellor who says, oh yes, lovely, wonderful, that doesn't really help either. When it comes to consistent action, well, the successor cabinet has been left a lot to do. Professor Rusbach, thank you very much indeed for this exchange, and we are now looking forward to announce Konstantin Schreiber and his guests in the following web talk, which is about how to rise up in this country. Thank you.
Die Wirtschaft steht vor großen Umbrüchen, aber auch Chancen.
The economy faces huge changes, but also opportunities that are to be shaped in an innovative manner. And I'm glad that we have Udo Littke from Artis with us. Mr. Littke, what is your sector doing for Germany as a future production base? We make digital transformation possible. How do we do that? We offer holistic, integrated solutions for our customers, using key digital technologies such as edge computing, artificial intelligence, cloud services, and thinking further ahead, quantum simulations. We think that these technologies will help people to reduce their energy reduction and to improve their carbon footprint. But at the same time, of course, the infrastructural systems become a little bit more vulnerable because we're going digital. And there too, we can make a contribution as Europe's market leader and number 2 in the world in cybersecurity to make artificial intelligence and IT safer. That's important for digital sovereignty in Germany and elsewhere. The key technologies, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, they're big issues for customers now. How precisely can these new technologies make these industrial processes more sustainable? I think traditional, if you like, or older concepts such as Internet of Things, which is networking, artificial intelligence, storing data on clouds. Our customers are working very hard on sustainability there to reduce their own carbon footprint and their own carbon emissions. But of course, it's a new technology and the potential of quantum technology is gigantic. We're looking at exponentially more data processing compared with traditional computers. And you can look at applications there such as materials research or carbon processes, new catalyst processes which enable us to extract carbon from the atmosphere. And I think that will also be a very sustainable contribution.
Ja, ganz herzlich willkommen zu einer
welcome to our panel discussion, as my colleague Isabel Körner has just announced, on a big systemic issue, a big question, which is whether the social promise of upward mobility still applies. In a social market economy, it's a central issue. And even before the pandemic, there was a big debate about how porous social structures still are, and whether people who have not such good points of departure are still able to redeem that promise. And of course, the pandemic has focused our attention on that question even more because so many issues have arisen. So I'm looking forward to, I hope, a pretty exciting conversation with my guests here in the studio. Joachim Lang, who's the main executive director here at the BDI, Kevin Kühnert, who's the deputy chair of the Social Democratic Party here in Germany. Welcome to you. And then remotely, we have Jan Lindemann, CEO of Messingwerk-Plettenberg, Herfeld, and from North Rhine-Westphalia, we have a minister, the minister who's responsible for children, families, refugees and integration, Serhat Güler. Now, you grow up in Germany in a social group that isn't necessarily always associated with privilege. But you've made it. You have an outstanding political role. Would you say that you're a unique example, or is it confirmation of the rule that upward mobility is still possible for everyone? I'd say 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. A lot of people in my region have a very similar biography. Their parents were guest workers or they're immigrant children. But they've achieved something. I think the best-known example worldwide, not only in Germany, are Özcan and Özlem Cimeri. I think they represent social upward mobility in this country better than anyone else. And those are the founders of BioNTech. If we look at Düsseldorf, someone whose parents also came to Germany as migrant workers, and last year he was Medical Scientist of the Year. We can see a lot of successful examples, but it's not just a question, it's more a question of social mobility rather than ethnic background, if you like. As part of the integration debate, we know that children of doctors are very unlikely to be found in secondary modern schools rather than grammar schools. Well, the child of Germans who are on social benefit are less likely to be at a grammar school. So there are models for success. But the porosity of the education system, I think, leaves room for improvement. And Mr. Schreiber, you've just talked about it. The pandemic has made it even clearer. We're going to come back to education in a moment, but I'd like to ask Mr. Kühnert there a follow-up question, because Ms. Güler was talking about how the pandemic has shone light on differences. The social gap has got wider rather than narrower. We're seeing precarious groups in society particularly vulnerable. Well, of course, I'm not going to quote the magnifying glass metaphor again because it's been used several times, but it's true. The differences we had before COVID are more in the focus of our attention. And I don't think that COVID has given us more tasks to deal with, but has really focused attention on what we needed to do anyway. We've seen that in the education system when talking about schools. We've seen it when finding traineeships, entering vocational training. 10% fewer places available for training this year compared with last year, and that in a training market which already has problems. That's part of the issue. And that's where we're going to have to do our homework, because that is very closely linked to this promise of upward mobility. People expect opportunities to move upwards. I think there are a few things that we can take a closer look at. Let me give you another example from the field of universities. We've seen how many students have really gone broke because the typical student jobs weren't available during COVID. We needed special help from the government, and we know a lot of people who've left have dropped out because they simply couldn't pay for their study and their maintenance any longer, and they couldn't get a grant either. We've had the crisis for over a year now, and students don't know whether they can pay their debts back. That doesn't have a lot to do with education. So you're saying the task hasn't really changed, but let's go back to 2019. So you would say even more now that the big companies need to be nationalized? No, and I didn't say that in 2019 either. Or socialized? I use the term socialized in interviews, and there's a few legal differences there. And it wasn't a daily interview on the subject. It was a philosophical interview. I'm happy for us to talk about it, but I'm not sure if that's what you want to focus on. We're looking here at the German economy after COVID. Okay, well, we can do it later then. So would you say that because of COVID, the role of the entrepreneur has changed, Mr. Lang? Is it now is there more corporate social responsibility for the entrepreneur? Yes, I think we're seeing that already. And we didn't only need it during the pandemic. We know that about 90% of companies in Germany are SMEs, and they are very committed to their regions. There are a lot of facilities that wouldn't exist if businesses didn't support them. So this embeddedness of SMEs in their region is quite extraordinary, and it also helps to contribute the community, strengthen the public good. We've seen it through COVID as well. But a lot of people working in the manual crafts, a lot of those companies have done all they could to keep their employees on during COVID so that they still have their team to fall back on when it's all over. So, in addition to everything else that's happening, COVID has encouraged social cohesion, this sense of community, to get through it together, so that later we can work together on reconstruction. Well, that was a kind of overarching analysis. I'd like to ask Dr. Lindemann now, who's a practitioner from his factory in Herfeld. What is the significance to you of upward mobility for your employees? Is that something you care about? Certainly. I can only confirm what Dr. Lang just said. We as an SME, as a medium-sized company, offer opportunities through good training, through good jobs, for people to move upwards. Traditionally, we've always trained people. We've trained more people than we need ourselves. And because we've been growing constantly, we've been able to take on more people in recent years if they've wanted to stay with us. But also in a very individual way. Typical medium-sized company, we've got 170 people on the books, including the trainees. And we can offer people continuous training once they've finished, so that they can carry on upgrading their skills or even study at university in a manner that is linked to their employment. I'm not trying to be exclusionary. There are other things we do too. So, if a company is thriving, Ms. Güler, and it makes social upward mobility possible, the Social Democrats are talking now about putting tax up if they enter government. Isn't that the wrong way forward? Well, no. We stand for the majority of people in Germany. We want them to pay less tax. It's interesting how you use concepts, but let's stick with training for the time being, because that's a very good example. The burden of training, if you want to call it that, is borne above all by SMEs, especially in the trades, in the manual trades in Germany. Successful entrepreneurship doesn't automatically mean that everyone takes responsibility in the way we've just heard with regard to training. In the DAX 30 companies, about 2/3 of the companies only train for their own needs, or not even that, and expect their suppliers to provide the rest, and that's an unfair distribution. We want a guarantee for young people, just as Austria's tried to do, that they can have a training place. And if there isn't a partner company, then it has to be organized through a broader system. But there have to be sectoral models in the sense of funds that companies can pay into, so that maybe other companies will actually do the training, and some will regard it as a badge of honor. There are appropriate ways of doing things. As far as possible, we'd like to resolve the problem with the system we have, rather than raise taxes. But of course, even the dual training system we have in Germany has limits, because the company's interests also need to be protected. It sounds like more regulation. If you like, then by definition that would mean more regulation. But it's in the interests of all the stakeholders. We're offering more training with this model. I don't know, that's not a solidarity service that we're providing, or we want people to provide for society. It's in the authentic interest of the companies to have people trained. It's important for competitiveness. It creates better conditions than we have at the moment. So I don't think there's anything there that is opposed to competition. Ms. Güler, an interesting fact or figure is that people with a migration background are very often self-employed, compared with the national average. Is there a particular entrepreneurial spirit in that social group, or is that rubbish? Unfortunately, I think you've muted. Now. Yes. So thank you for putting the question so correctly, let me say. This entrepreneurial spirit that we often find with migrants, who are perhaps more likely than the national average to set up a company, is often related to the fact that they don't often find employment in the normal labour market. That's a negative perspective, though, but there is also, I think, a specific entrepreneurial culture for a lot of people with a migrant background, which encourages them to make that decision, because they're familiar with it from their own country, because most countries in our world don't have a dual training system. and perhaps don't have opportunities for people from socially more vulnerable strata to enter university, so that becoming self-employed is often the only way upwards. And that culture, that entrepreneurial culture, they bring with them to Germany. And in addition to that, the very fact of migrating or being a refugee has tuned, if you like, the ability to take risks or the willingness to take risks, so that there's less of an inhibition about setting up a company than maybe somebody who hasn't got that history. Because a lot of people have had to set out at some point and move to a country where they don't know the language, they don't know the culture, but they've taken all this upon themselves, and the next risky step, if you like, is therefore easier to take, as it might be with other people who perhaps grew up here, have been socialized here, professionally anyway. So I think I would take a positive view of this statistic, rather than saying, is it just because you don't have a chance of getting a normal job? There are a lot of studies that wouldn't necessarily reach that conclusion, but would focus on this willingness to take risks. So we need to be positive about this phenomenon. I think you're right. And Dr. Lang, I think that's interesting, how people with a migration history can enjoy more social participation, can benefit more, share more in social goods. How do you see that from an entrepreneurial perspective? Is it an issue for you at all? It's certainly an issue. Before COVID, for example, I was working for a big SME in southern Germany with about 15 different nations working for them. And what's interesting is that we used to say that people wanted to integrate locally. They played an instrument, they were in an orchestra, they joined the voluntary firefighters. And there it didn't matter at all where people came from. What mattered was who you knew from the association, what matches you played against whom. And it was very successful to develop this corporate spirit. Everyone works for the same company, and they have these bonds. I think you can achieve a great deal of commitment too in a company, because they say, we're all part of the same unit, we're all on the team, and it doesn't matter where we come from. And when people are workmates, people tend to distinguish between who they like working with and who they don't, rather than anything else, or who's good at things and who isn't. So there is a social component, bringing people on board. Dr. Lindemann, would you say as an entrepreneur that that is a challenge that you recognize, and how do you deal with it in your company? Yes, it's complex, of course. Here, on our site, we have a value creation structure which has evolved out of a startup, but a long time ago. And so, yes, this is a small town with 150,000 people, a lot smaller than a city anyway. And there is a challenge making our jobs attractive so people will come, making it an attractive environment, and doing that with the social facilities that people want. And a lot of companies that are working in this area, like ourselves, sense this social responsibility in fostering those structures and preserving them. By working together, for example, with the local council, working in the associations, in the clubs, and offering support. So yes, it's a social task which is very dependent on local conditions. It's probably a broad public responsibility as well to ensure that in our locations we can actually work in a place like this, so that we can offer attractive training. And something else I think is a public task. Let's say, over the decades there's been a bit of a trend to set an example. I've seen it in my own family, where you make it difficult for young people to cope with problems. And you need to encourage young people to think you don't actually need to go to university. You can still achieve things if you have an ordinary school leaving certificate. And you need to make offers to those people so that whatever they've left school with, they can still make the best of their vocational development and develop their skills. Kevin Cornett, is that enough? We've been talking about people with a migrant background, and there are a lot of people, a lot of groups who haven't grown up with the same privileges as some other people. Do you have to regulate more? Do we need quotas? In Berlin, there was a discussion about having a quota for migrants in public administration. How much value should be attached to regulating upward mobility? The quota in Berlin public administration had less to do with employees, with human resources. It was more about the idea that a public administration needs to reflect the people it's catering for. People will decide, do I go along to the public agency because I want healthcare for my child or because I'm looking for a job? And if there's some kind of a fear threshold, because I don't think people are going to be like me, then people are less likely to go there. So it's a much more complicated issue than that. And we see in society that diverse teams, we know, tend to produce better results in an increasingly global world. So we should have a vested interest in this kind of diversity. But there are objective hurdles that we create for groups of people. Here, my glass is half full or half empty. It's often like that. I can focus on the positives and say, female employment in Germany has improved a lot in recent decades. That's correct. That is a statement one can make. But the other side of the coin is that women tend to be in part-time employment, which we know is not such a good thing for social upward mobility. It's harder to do better than your parents in that kind of job. And you're less likely to achieve a managerial position. And that's not just to do with responsibility of women personally. It's got to do with corporate culture. It's got to do with social images that we foster. So the quota for women, yes, recently we've set up a quota in Germany saying that if a board of a company has more than 3 people on it, at least one should be a woman. And for 20 years we've been working on voluntary commitments. Exceptions are the rule, so the time has come. But debates about equal opportunity, of course we need symbols, but we shouldn't always think top-down. We can't gear the German education system to someone perhaps entering the supervisory board of a DAX company. We need to offer people broader opportunities than that. And in the COVID pandemic, people who have a family of 5, 6 or 7 and they have a tiny flat and they're all sitting there together, I would be thinking about them rather than that last but one step upwards in your professional CV. That sounds, Dr. Lang, a bit like giving away a chunk of power. Are companies enthusiastic about these quotas? Well, it's very mixed. If we're talking about SMEs, we can see that there's a big generation change underway at the moment, and that's partly triggered by digitization, because maybe some generations are saying, no, it's a bit too much, it's not in my field of experience, and maybe I'm happy to pass on the baton earlier. And we can see a new sense of responsibility now being taken on by the next generation. There's a new thinking out there. Social models are changing. So I think we're seeing a phase of transformation more than we've seen for a very long time. So what we're sensing right across society also applies in companies. If I move away from SMEs into big companies, it's similar. If you look at the strategy divisions of the big groups, it's always the youngest people working there because, of course, they're looking a long way into the future and planning and already looking at changes that some parts of the system are still resisting. And that's bound to lead to change. Because in companies, you have the same structure that in society. So developments that are happening in society are transported into companies, and you can see them changing. Often they change more slowly than SMEs, because very often in a smaller company there'll be perhaps a family structure of ownership, but that process is underway. Very important, because you mentioned digitalization, and I can see that we're running out of time. But Ms. Güller, we've spoken about how people with a migrant background have stronger bonds with self-employment, maybe, but we don't always see them in top-level managerial positions. So from your point of view, are these sectors of the population threatened by digitalization, or do they have more opportunities? I think more opportunities, but of course there are various studies that have been done during COVID which suggest that immigrants in Germany are very keen on new technologies. If we look at people who came in 2015, I think that's pretty obvious, but you can understand it that for these people from the outset have been using their digital tools, their smartphones and so forth. So to be quite honest, I think there's a huge opportunity there. At the same time, perhaps we did have the problem with schools closing during COVID, that doesn't only apply to migrant families, but to a lot of others from socially more vulnerable sections of the population. Because not every child at home, if there are 3 children in the family, not everyone gets a tablet or an iPhone or whatever. That doesn't mean that they're not interested in technology. And to come back to the point someone mentioned before, and migrant quotas, especially in public service, I think public service or public administrations think it's too easy, this quota business. The SMEs here, which need to catch up on diversity, there the gap is a lot greater than in public administration. I represent a ministry, and I can see that in our ministry and in a lot of other ministries, we're dealing quite well with these diversity issues. But there are still hurdles for people applying for jobs here, because often people from migrant communities don't know people who work in such jobs. So you need to go out there, reach out, and tell them about this work and suggest that perhaps they want to train and say, hey, why don't you study law? Or if you are studying law, we have a lot of opportunities for you. You're very welcome to come. So we perhaps need to try to do that. And in North Rhine-Westphalia, we are. I think that's a better approach than a quota. Quotas are too simple. And secondly, a lot of people with a migrant history, especially young people, are used to being stigmatized. And I think that would just make them feel even worse. And they say, people are going to say, oh, you only got that job in public service because of the quota. And I would try to avoid that. That was an additional that was very interesting. And I think it's very important to mention that in the discussion. Nevertheless, I would like to ask Dr. Lindemann about digitalization and education. We have a whole array of different questions here. I think training is important from a company. Do you think we're setting the right priorities, especially with regard to digitalization and corporate responsibility? What differences do you see? I think during COVID, we have seen a lot of digitalization.
As a result of COVID, we have seen a lot of digitization because business was on that route. What really matters is the framework which is set up by the government. It starts with well-equipped schools, allowing a good education to children so that irrespective of somebody's ethnic background, he or she has the freedom to develop. Good digitization is also a factor where maybe on locations less attractive than conurbations, you can still find qualified people who otherwise would not dream of working in the Sauerland region of North Rhine-Westphalia or in Thuringia. So that is certainly a basic subject, also important for location-related factors, and in the next years and decades it will definitively be with us, so that all that we plan to do, more e-mobility, more climate protection, can actually be tackled in this country. Mr. Lange, I can imagine you don't like what I'm going to ask you, but I think I'll have to do it. A few days ago, there was an advertising campaign, I think from the New Social Market Economy Initiative, where Annalena Baerbock, the Green Challenger, was depicted. It wasn't your campaign. And they listed the 3 bans she was in favor of. So in this context, I would like to pick up on that. As the BDI, are you worried about the Green Party in government because of a possible tsunami of regulations? I think we saw yesterday that there is an understanding across all political parties about the challenges we'll be facing in the next government. We have also said that everybody is going to be measured with the same yardstick. We need to make sure that Germany as an industrial, innovative and exporting country can be maintained and strengthened. That's what our yardstick will be, and we did that yesterday. Given this, I'm certain that whoever will form the next government will commit to this. Ultimately, this is what creates our prosperity. It is the social market economy. It's not shark-type capitalism. I think we've got a good system where the social market economy and capitalism are actually balanced through the social compensatory mechanisms we have. As a result, we've developed a very high standard of living. The question is how to keep this up if systems challenge us, which, yes, promise prosperity, but don't link that with freedom as we do in the social market economy. So no freedom for the individual or freedom for the entrepreneur. So given all this, I am optimistic that we will end up with a good government that has to face up to these jobs. And regarding what you mentioned about this initiative, I called them up and told them what I think of their campaign. Personally, I have a problem when religious symbols are used to politicize whoever does it. Now, we are in the live stream, and I fear we've come or are coming to the end of this round. There are lots of points I'd like to develop further in this context, but hopefully we can do this elsewhere. For the time being, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Lindemann, Ms. Güler, who were remotely present, and Ms. Lang, Mr. Kühnert, who were with us in person. Now we have some more very exciting panels. Have a lovely Wednesday.
The economy is facing major opportunities for a progressive and innovative change, not least because of the pandemic. I'm happy to welcome now Eileen Thüssell from Pfizer Germany here with me. Hello, Eileen.
Hello.
Wonderful to have you here.
Thank you.
Eileen, where do you see the focus of your industry in this situation, also in regards to Germany?
Well, during the pandemic, we learned a lot with our collaborations. And actually, such an example is our collaboration with BioNTech on developing the COVID-19 vaccine. And even further, not only the development of the vaccine, but in the manufacturing, supply, all logistics, we had a good collaboration of networks that we think that this is going to be the future of business on working together. Okay, this collaboration was under urgency and also on strong commitment. But can we make this a blueprint for the future is one thing that I would like to take on for our future work. And the second thing is, I guess in our industry, prevention. And all those prevention enablers will be very important. All those diagnosis tools, vaccinations, vaccines, all those measures, dashboards, data to actually help measure prevention and focus on prevention will be critical for the future.
What chances for future medical innovation does the mRNA technology in Europe and Germany open also up on the global market?
Actually, that's a blueprint now. And today we were discussing not only the platform, the technology, but also all that. Again, I will come to that collaboration, the regulatory officers, the data management, the scientists, all those, the manufacturing capabilities, all that network is a blueprint. And that actually holds a focus for not only mRNA technologies, but further technologies to be developed, further therapies like gene therapy to come across. I guess we have learned a lot. And for us, focusing, actually directing the investment and actually opening up speed for regulations, transparency of data, actually sharing of data will be highly critical for the next wave. And I'm really hopeful that in Germany, this innovation momentum will continue.
Hallo und ganz herzlich willkommen zu unserem
and a very warm welcome to an exciting panel here at TDI on the issue of the future and Generation Z. What is the best way to prepare for the future? What skills do you need and how will we do it together? I'm looking forward to a lovely panel with Dr. Elisabeth Dennison, Chief People Officer at Deloitte, and Simone Menne, who is remotely with us, gallery owner and multi-supervisor. Looking forward to Diana Kinnert, author, politician, Newscream Limited manager, and Verena Pauster, author, entrepreneur, and a founder of a business as well. Welcome to you all. Let's start with a more personal question. What is it that you, all of you, would do if you're just finishing school, were really young, looking forward to the future, want to prepare for a career? Would you like to start? With pleasure. I think education at school is the basis. And what matters most is interest and openness to the new. That has to be maintained. Willingness to take risks, go to the limits, test where the limits are, research new issues. This is what I would tell young people today. You don't need to stay in your sort of suitcases, but break out from them. These are the skills and competence in the future that we will need. The interest in something new. After all, the world is changing fast. Ms. Menne, what about you? I think if I were to start now, I would love to go abroad very early on so I could see different ideas, methods, how things can also work. I think the United States will be really fascinating, as will be countries which are highly dynamic, like those in Africa. That would open up new prospects and different ways of working. Thank you, Ms. Kinner. Quite seriously, I go and party first because I think the social psychological element which was suffered under COVID is important for character building. You know, where are my limits? How far can I go? Who do I feel comfortable with, familiar with? That has a lot to do with travel, psychosocial context, and it would matter to me. I know myself, when I left school, I spoke good English in the sense of methodically knowing, but I didn't dare use it, so travel is good. So you would go about first? How about you, Ms. Pauster? I think I'd study software programming. I'd go to the Code University in Berlin or to the Hasso-Plattner Institute. So this is one thing I really regret very much, that in late 1998 until the early 2000s, people still said, do something sensible, you know, study management or law. And these days, something sensible is IT or coding. Yes, that's it today, isn't it? It certainly is. Particularly for young women and girls, it is very important. We have far too few girls in these technical and scientific subjects. Far too few people, girls, women startup founders. Far too few. And I think it would be great if you could code and program. Dr. Dennison, let's go back to this testing your limits. When you look at a job application, how do you see where that is, or do you have a checklist? Well, I have a sort of saying at the back of my mind when I talk to my recruitments, and that's hire for attitude, not skill. The problem is the skills that we need change so rapidly that it's not something I can focus on. I agree with you entirely, though. A basic understanding of technology is a true asset. Analytical thinking, an understanding of complexity. These are matters that almost guarantee being viable in the future. But agility is also very important. That's what I meant when I say testing where your limits are. Know yourself, trying to strive for new things all the time. That's what we need, because I think we agree. Lifelong learning, that has already become a fact. Every year we have 1,200 training courses for our existing stuff, because everything is changing and the curriculum of the courses is changing. Maybe we come to that when we're talking about education. I mean, as I say, the curriculum is changing. So you need to have both the skills and the interest in upskilling and reskilling all the time. If you have that, the basic knowledge of future-oriented issues is important. That's what we're looking for, how to find it, as you asked. That's another matter, because it ain't easy. Hackathons do a lot of it. We're having a sort of more playful approach, and it can be quite fun that we have games where skill levels for the individual and for a team are tested. But in the end, we're not looking who has the highest score, but we're looking at social behavior. How did the people in the team react with each other? How did they behave? And that's much more of a decisive element than the score you achieved. Now I'd like to ask a question that I wasn't really so keen about, the question for the limits that you have. I think it's absolutely fascinating. Maybe you would all tell me, was there a moment when you really tested your personal limits? Well, I think we're not a very diverse round here in this panel, but I think we have all discovered our limits in the leadership environment, where you really have to go beyond. It's a world you're meeting that you haven't been prepared for, because it isn't our world yet, because there is no parity yet. There is not a situation where everybody can really present themselves as they are without being stigmatized, typified. That's something we experience every day. How about you, Ms. Pausner, personal limits? Well, I love shifting these limits, which normally means that I move far out of my comfort zone, and that sometimes does constitute the sort of limit where I'm thinking, oh my goodness, why did you agree to do that? Or why are you doing this again? Because you know you're getting a lot of flack for it. And then I think to myself, you know, aged 80, sitting on a park bench, looking back on your life, I think then it won't matter when you took which risk. You probably then ask yourself, why didn't I try to do more? Why didn't I dare more? And this is a feeling, this sort of idea of myself at that age is what I try to do. Because whenever you do something, it's highly uncomfortable. And you keep thinking, gosh, if only I'd stayed in my comfort zone. One piece of advice I was given was just trust yourself to do things that you don't think you can do. Just go ahead, try it. How about you? Have you had a massive border, Ms. Mene? 4, actually, if I think immediately. The first was when I went to Africa on my own in order to be in charge of Lufthansa finances in Western Africa. And believe me, I didn't know what I was letting myself in for. And the second thing, that was definitely closing part of a company which I had been instrumental in building up. There were many emotional scenes also with my former colleagues where people were sort of whistling and protesting and everything. The third was the suicide of the co-pilot of a German wings aircraft. That brought us to our limits. And then my change to Boehringer Ingelheim. In the course of this panel, we will discuss how personal resilience can be strengthened. Ms. Kinnert, what about your limits? I think I noticed when saying no to something, it starts a political meeting in the evening when I know I should rest and recover and would prefer to read and think, but I have the feeling there is this sort of networking and optimization pressure that I have to attend. And it goes further. When I'm offered political jobs to be a candidate, and I had to decide, well, this isn't really what I want to do right now, even if everybody else has decided this is the template of career I should follow, and so try to force me. Yeah, saying no can be the most difficult thing. Certainly, being everybody's darling is a great deal easier. We want to talk about Generation Z. Do you know this, notice it, and do they change the way we do business? I don't want to talk so much about my own perception of this primarily. Instead, let me tell you what we recognized, talking about the larger picture. Gen Z is the next generation of millennials. If we take these two groups together, we've been asking them for 10 years. 23,000 millennials in 45 countries are part of the survey. And you see a different sort of direction sometimes between Asia, Europe, America. And last year I've done surveys which were particularly interesting because of the COVID effect. Of course, fear of the future has become more prevalent, that is clear. Uncertainty levels have risen. Economic uncertainty in particular among these younger people, but equally we see a high degree of resilience. Getting personally involved, that became much more important. Committing yourself personally to issues of the future, sustainability is a very strong focus. Other social and value-based concerns can also be very important to a young generation, and that fits with the idea of new work, new world. So they are quite prepared for this. In addition, they are digital natives, this generation. I mean, those of us who have children see that every day. For kids and young people, it's quite normal to deal with all these devices and social media. So two aspects come together, flexibility and adaptability, which we will need for the future. So I think they're well set up. How do you see Generation Z or Z in your life, Ms. Mennert, or do you envy that generation? Well, I'm a bit angry, actually, because I don't think this categorizing generations works. We've heard that so often, and I find that in every single generation you have people who like to work to this purpose, and others would prefer to have a family, and others want to have a career. What does make a difference is growing up with digitization. I truly envy them that, because sometimes I'm still having problems with Instagram. But they have a natural way of dealing with all this. I consider that important for an employer. So, to say you had a really good digital job, we notice that in schools. That's what people take really seriously. And the second factor, this generation knows very well that they are wanted. One of my mentees, a woman, had an interview for an internship, and she was told, well, it probably won't happen, even though she'd been promised it would. And she just said, well, then I leave earlier because it won't help me at all. And then she was told it was one of the top 5 companies as employers in Germany. Well, that is impossible. You cannot do it. You have to finish your internship. There was a discussion where she said, these people haven't noticed how I'm courted and that I have 5 other job offers from top employers on my table. And I think employers should prepare for that. So the job seekers have a different self-confidence, definitely. Ms. Person, you wrote a book, The New Country, How Things Will Continue. What does the new generation need to prepare for? What are the big changes? Well, I think they need to be prepared for taking a lot of responsibility, which maybe the previous generation let go a bit. A 15-year-old guy I spoke to recently said, even now, I have the responsibility of my generation, because the big issues, digitization, climate protection, education, these are all matters we didn't tackle sufficiently. And I agree with Ms. Menner, it's not one generation against another, but what we are giving this new generation to do in the way of immense tasks, that's really something. That's why I was saying the next generation has a lot to do. I mean, my generation, I don't know, we haven't gotten a letter. I'm between Generation Golf and Generation Z, I suppose, born 1979, but quite independent of that. How will we do it? How will we make progress with digitization that we can stop lamenting that standards are being set somewhere else and that we're selling to other countries, that we develop a wonderful cloud in Germany 16 times over, but Teams is still dominant, and that we think about what to do with openings when half the people are vaccinated, not earlier. How do we build sovereignty in this field? I, as a European, want to make sure that we create a digital foundation here. When it comes to climate protection, obviously these are omnipresent issues. A small-scale pottering about as before, that doesn't work. And, well, with education, we needed a pandemic to get the whole country interested in education and recognizing that we didn't invest enough in the school system, and we didn't have enough or train enough teachers, and that we just accepted average. There were countless PISA studies on digital education. I'm really proud when I see Generation Z, how politically interested they are, how committed they are. I think even as young people, they do much more and are braver than we were. Sometimes the way that they appear, the self-confident way they address subjects, do you think that is a concern? That this generation might react with rage to what we are leaving them to do? Oh, rage isn't necessarily a bad thing. Rage is quite interesting. But I mean, it has a lot to do with it. If you turn rage into courage and say, how can this happen? So how do we do it now? Probably that could be the best motivation to effect genuine change. If you have, like somebody in road rage, anti everything, just complain, explode, that doesn't help. I'm not anti the rage of young people generally. I think they're quite right. We are resting on the laurels of the prosperity earned by previous generations. I'd like to see what they do. I'd like to hear what you think about this, the other panelists, please. I agree. It's not just sustainability. I mean, we are resting on the laurels of prosperity here, but we should be thinking of innovation. What we're doing is unfair vis-à-vis the succeeding generation. Population rate has been stable, hasn't grown, not much of a migration. Death rate is increasing, birth rate is decreasing. So the war for talent is another issue here, because given the situation in this country, we simply cannot rely on the fact we can continue as we did in the past. We need to be innovative. We need to find different ways of production, of generating prosperity, because the way we've done it with the previous production factor, like more people, more sales, more growth, that won't be possible in the future. And digitization is definitely a subject where Germany can be a pioneer, particularly in Europe. And I would like to pick up on one other matter, namely the EU. I think think we have all felt the frustration of how things fragmented during the pandemic. I mean, you go 100 kilometers away from Germany, you go from Bavaria to Austria, suddenly there are border checks. And hundreds of papers need to be filled in, even though the incidence levels are the same. So here you notice, well, there is no EU thinking, there's no common spirit. And I think this is something we need to grab hold of and turn around, because the young people are saying, well, what's this EU for? It hasn't got us anything, has it? What do you think? Well, I'm 30 years old, I'm a millennial, and I'm looking around and how I behave. I mean, Facebook is too old a group, Instagram I find normal, but Snapchat and TikTok, that was something I didn't know. So during the pandemic, being bored, I registered with TikTok, see Gen Z how much more naturally, in their millions they do this. When I'm talking to people and evaluate with youth groups what they're doing on Facebook, and you got 10 likes and you're happy if you reach 10 people, and on TikTok you've got 3.6 million comments, that's totally different. I see a huge difference between Gen Z and millennials. I think the millennials are extremely and constructively political, and Gen Z, they're different, because I think the structures we've built up aren't so good, they're not so reformable as we imagine. When you go on TikTok, there's a community with millions of the Taylor Nation. They're the Taylor Swift fans who romanticize a sort of rural life because they think we accelerate a fragmented world without challenges or levers to do things. So instead of that, I retreat into my own safe life. And what I take from that is there is a yearning for a home life, also despairing that there is nothing they can do. There's many you were nodding. Do you agree? Well, I have an issue with Instagram, as I said, far less anything else. But obviously, I experience the same thing. And I'm not on TikTok, but what is interesting, and I particularly read up on it before doing this panel, 1 in 5 young people of Generation Z are left-wing populist, and 1 in 5 are right-wing populist. And they are quite receptive to populism. And then there's another group who say, so what, I'm alive. They have a more light-hearted way of going about things. But they constitute a giant market, and in the social media, that market is being addressed. Generation Z is targeted by marketing and manipulated as well. The rage you mentioned, I'm not afraid of. I think, as Verena Pauster just said, it's very important, if we have people with emotions, to communicate with them and to say, there must be a way of turning this emotion into a positive action, like in society or politics, and all generations have responsibility to do that. And certainly the generation of the baby boomers, we are the ones who massively benefited in the past 60 years. And we talked a great deal about social media. Now, you and Dr. Dennison, could you perhaps tell me, what role does that play in the job interview or when trying to hire people? Excellent question. As I explained earlier, I think large-scale companies sometimes underestimate how hiring processes actually work these days when they are confronted with somebody from Generation Z. On the other hand, young people have a pretty clear picture of their future employer, which they derive from social media. And thirdly, there are algorithms which act in the early stages and do a selection of job interviews before you get to an interview, and I think that's difficult. AI is very involved in the algorithms, but often the algorithms are characterized by stereotypes of people who have been accompanying old-style job application processes, and things can go in exactly the wrong direction and lead to the very same stereotypes that we still have in our subconscious. So there's been an Albright study about startups, and the startup companies aren't that different from large-scale companies, just the top managers are called Christian and not Thomas. So we still have stereotypes which are very prevalent, despite all this diversity we have in the social media. Does that play a role for you as well? It plays a huge role. Because of digitization and social media, the job application process has been made easier. You don't have to run around with an armful of papers. But I agree, we in Germany won't sort it. We've got over 70,000 applications just this year, and obviously you can't hire 70,000 people. Just to select this and to assess these applications is perfectly impossible without technological support, and I'm absolutely convinced that some things will go wrong. That is why, as I said earlier, we try to do it differently, not to have job applications, but have communities, events, virtual events at the moment, which actually are even easier, because then you're looking forward to personal contact, because for many years we've only been able to hire digitally. But we have this sort of playful environment where you offer a different ambience, a gaming environment, and that is the way in which you really get to know the applicants, and it's turned out to be more efficient for us and more interesting than the traditional, you receive a written application, look at it and hand it on, because that's no longer what we need.
You've written a book, Ms. Kinnert, about new solitude. People who are connected 24/7. Why are they lonely? And what is loneliness? Yeah, it was a pretty thick book. I started working on it in the UK, where there's a ministry for it. And they talk about the classical pictures, elderly people who are left on their own, where they need infrastructures. I did some research for Germany and looked at studies. And loneliness is very relevant to young people who live in cities, who are networked, who you think would be super spreaders. So the question for me was, how can someone miss this sense of being loved and being close when they have so much contact? And that, of course, leads to a new definition of loneliness, which says that it's something to do with the quality of our social relations. And that very quickly, of course, takes us into the digital question. I can see this analogy with urbanism, industrialization, more complexity, productivity, prosperity, everything moving forward. Fantastic. But at the same time, it's a lab for social rupture because people feel exposed. You know these Edward Hopper paintings where people are sitting indoors, but you get the feeling they're cold. And it's the same. I've read interviews with people at school. They say, even when I'm asleep, I'm thinking about my Instagram profile, and I've got all these chats to answer in the morning. So this need to be permanently changing, not to have a trade union or a works council where I know someone's going to look after my interests in the long term, but always having to be like a cat on a hot tin roof. And we talk a lot about the technical side of digitalization, but we don't talk enough about digitality and what is it doing to us culturally. So this loneliness, is that something that you observe, that you want to, implications does it have for the way we work together? Well, it's not just because I'm a mother of 3 children that I've been looking a lot at schools and families and how they deal with digitalization. Of course, solitude, everyone's withdrawn into their bubble. People in families too, they've all got their own devices. Constant arguments. How come you're on YouTube again? When can I have this again? And I think they're going to be digital consumers, whether we like it or not. We don't have to teach them or anything. They teach themselves. Maybe media skills, but not digital skills. But what we do need to do in future is say, how can we learn to be architects of digitality? What does digital education tell us? We need to close the social gap because I can be more individual in approaching the kid. There's so much you can do, so much non-profits producing software, producing things for children and looking, okay, what is this child all about? It's quite different if you're in a classroom with 30 children and you know some are worse at maths, others are worse at this, and you have to try to tailor your teaching to all of them. So I think we have to differentiate. We have digital consuming, and then we have to talk a lot more about what Diana is saying. How does it impact society? How come everyone has this perception that they're remote from reality? But learning future skills, there I think we need to equip schools for this digital world so that people can decide whether they want one of those jobs. And it's not just up to their parents to tell them what it's about. The World Economic Forum has done a study that says that 50% of primary school children today are going to be working in jobs we've never heard of yet. And it would be great if we were able to help them, that they don't have to learn from their parents. We need to reach everyone. So how do these systems fit with data use systems in Germany and with data privacy? Well, with data privacy, important as it is, but we Germans are happy that we have this system because we've always got this excuse for saying, no, stop here. The best example are school clouds. For many years, we've talked about a digital pact. The money's been there for the last 18 months, 6.5 billion, so that schools can have fast internet and devices and training for teachers. And we didn't do it the whole time because we were scared of data privacy. Who's going to store what? What happens if we use Teams and Zoom? And the same as the Warn app we're using during COVID. We say, there's data privacy, you don't need to know about it, we're going to protect it for you. But if I download the document, I want to know what's happening to it. It's the same with school. We thought data privacy was more important to reaching out to children. And of course, there is loneliness, there are people stuck at home, and there are 2 million children we didn't reach at all. So sometimes I think, what's more serious? Streaming history lessons with a camera so you can see if all the children are there and they can ask a question if they want to, or not having the video conference and everyone being left to themselves at home. Listening to you, I get the feeling that you probably feel that all the things that have been happening during the pandemic in terms of digitalization is more like sugarcoating than a sustainable effect. No, that wasn't digital education, that was pandemic management. How do I get analog teaching and take it to the kids at home? Digital education is, how do I use those devices to have a more responsible life, to distinguish between fact and opinion, to do the research where I validate facts. At the moment, if you've got 5th grade school students teaching 1st grade school students, sometimes they have to go around the school and show the children who just started where they'd actually started school because they'd never been in the building. Podcasts, all kinds of things that can be done. But these things didn't happen. They haven't happened yet because we don't have the equipment. And secondly, in training teachers, it's only since last summer we've been investing in that kind of thing. It's okay during a pandemic because this was such a big challenge keeping things going. But now, after COVID, whatever after COVID begins, whether it's after the summer holidays or what, when children are going back to school physically, they need to have better teaching in this sphere than before the pandemic, and there's some homework to be done. I think everyone would nod to that. Ms. Menner, I'd like to go into more depth about something that Verena Pauster just mentioned. How many people are in schools now, or being trained now, who are going to take on jobs that we don't actually have today and that we can't really predict? What are the most important skills, and how do you prepare people for that? Well, here too, I would relativize a bit and dispense with a rumor. The COVID app is quite abstracted when it comes to data exchange with Apple and Google. We need to know how we can work with those monopolies that have such domination over apps and app stores and can influence what people use and how. I wanted to correct that, although of course Verena Pauster is quite correct when she says we're not doing education properly yet, or we're doing it in a very random way. I just heard from a 40-year-old mother that her daughter's just made a great leap forward because she's learnt a lot of digital skills for herself. But that's a matter of luck. That's not the way we should be doing it. So what are the new skills? Some things we shouldn't underestimate. A lot of skills will relate to empathy and teamwork and dealing with each other, caring for people, looking after each other, education. These are all human issues. They're not digital programming issues. That doesn't mean that people don't need to know how algorithms work, but it does mean that a lot of jobs are going to be interactive service jobs. And we need to be careful and not say everyone needs to know how to program things. They don't need to. Everyone needs to know how you can be manipulated by technologies, by artificial intelligence, and by social media. And I think that is quite important. But one thing that's quite sure, and something we won't see in the future, are simply manufacturing jobs. This black factory with no lights on, the machines all working together, networked, they can make a car. That's possible. And we have to be careful with jobs like that, the kind of jobs we're going to lose. Or my old field, I learned accountancy, where you actually entered things in ledgers. Machines do that now. You don't need people to do it who can add things up and put them in books. Now, we need to be aware that these jobs are going. Not everything is going to be replaced by programming. I hope, at least, and that's what I hope, and that's where I'd agree with Ms. Kinnert. How do we get out of this solitude so that we are humane with each other, that we free up capacities to look after each other and do things we urgently need to do, which is, if people can train people, we need to encourage them to train. If they're looking after people, people with disabilities, people looking after other people with problems. There's empathy, something we could talk about for a long time. Maybe we'll have another opportunity. That would be great, because it's an issue that comes up again and again at the moment. We can feel in a lot of conversations that people want it. So if we're talking about the quality of social relations at work, how does one measure that quality? I think to come back to this old question about what is the most important thing, I think the most important skill will be the willingness to take responsibility, and that only works if there is trust out there, and if the relationships I have make me feel that I'm part of something. If I get the feeling that I'm just a service provider who has to respond quickly and I can't negotiate, I'm not responsible, people can threaten me from outside because I can only respond, react, but the attributes are all defined elsewhere, then I feel attacked, then I feel I'm not being trusted, and then you get a climate where people aren't all pulling in the same direction. I think this whole promise of social market economy, that employers and employees trust each other, and social populists can't come in from outside and tell us what to do, but maybe the employer can swallow a bit and say, oh, that's how it is, okay, I'll listen. Because they trust each other, that's relationships, and these relationships obviously have something to do with how I manage my company and teams, how we communicate top-down, bottom-up, what wiggle room we have to do that, and that all has to do with relationships. And I think working on loneliness isn't just about sentimentality and, oh, aren't you feeling good? Let me give you a consolation prize. It's lockdown. Let's have a lunch and talk to each other on a platform. That doesn't help. It's not about quantity, it's about that possibility to trust people and do things with each other. I'd like to go into that more, but we don't have any time, and I'd like to ask you all one last question. Please give us brief answers. Dr. Dennison, how do you invest your own personal resilience in times of change? Well, to come back to what others said, and I think the crisis has showed us quite a lot that we can take with us for the future, and that is the link, resilience, responsibility, trust, I think is so important for the new world, but also our own responsibility for our own well-being, and that combination between the digital and the analog. I think we need this personal exchange in all spheres. I think art, culture, companies, education will be entering into a hybrid model. Not everything will be digital, not everything will be analog, but we have to have a balance, and there I think that's where you enter your personal phase of well-being. You have to learn how to balance those things. And how do you strengthen your resilience? With sport and art. Well, solitude means I get the feeling that I'm on my own with limitations, with boundaries. And when I'm in communities, I realize I can do things about it. Ms. Pauster, jump into the deep end. It hurts, but then you can start to do things. Okay, thank you very much for that conversation. I wish you all the best, and of course you on live stream, many insights today.
Die Wirtschaft steht vor großen Umbrüchen, die es gilt, innovativ und
This is where innovation counts, and being progressive and designing things. I've got Martin Brudermüller, and I'm delighted he's with me. What is your sector doing for Germany's future? We are making Germany innovative, we're making it safe, we're laying the foundations for sustainable goods. And the chemicals industry is in a key position with regard to sustainability in the spirit of the Green Deal, because without modern chemicals products and a new value chain, none of this will work. If you think about e-mobility, batteries, they're chemical reactors. Look about light engineering for lighter vehicles or bigger wind farm rotors. So to take the right way out of the crisis, what opportunities do you see for industry in European competition? Well, altogether, I think we can be optimistic still, because the innovation power of German and European industry is still huge. But I don't think it's unfurling enough, because the framework is becoming tougher and more complex. And I think it's very important to look forward and to develop a new form of collaboration between politics and industry. Get round the table and say, what do we actually need to be successful? Because there are several transformations taking place at the same time. And if we want to maintain our competitiveness, it can be tricky otherwise. So what should companies be putting at the top of their agenda? I think climate protection is certainly something that should concern us all. It's clear that something's happening and that we don't have a lot of time. That's why the BASF as a company has set itself very ambitious targets for carbon by 2030. And I think it's a tremendous opportunity. We've got a huge new portfolio to get there. So bringing climate protection from tomorrow into today, and I think companies all need to think about what they can do. But as I said, there are some other challenges too. Let me just mention one, and that's digitalization. I think during COVID, we've all become a bit pluckier about that. But we need to speed things up. It's really important, because otherwise we can miss the boat. The Chinese and the United States will take it away.
Herzlich willkommen, liebe Zuschauer und Zuschauerinnen.
Welcome to our stream viewers. We're delighted that you're here at this session. This question is, how are trade fairs going to work in the future after COVID? How could we design them? And I have a few facts and figures that are relevant for this discussion. Of the 355 trade fairs that were planned in Germany for 2020, only 114 took place. Of 380 trade fairs that were supposed to happen in 2021, so far, only 200 have already been either cancelled or postponed. And that's €1 billion that this sector contributes to the German economy. So it's about a lot of money. It's about presenting new products. It's about maintaining your customer links. And that's why I have these guests here in the studio. I have Jürgen Mindel, who runs communication at the Automotive Association. I've got Jochen Köckler, who is the CEO of Deutsche Messe, the German Trade Fair Association here. I have Felix Falk from the Game Association and Cornelia Schwober, Head of International Events at Electronic Arts. Delighted to see you all. Mr. Köckler, I'd like to start with you. Looking from the angle of Deutsche Messe, how were the last few months for you? First of all, it was a shock, of course, because for the first time in our history, for over 70 years, we couldn't do what we like doing, which is bringing people together. And then, of course, from shock, we moved into taking stock. What does it mean for us? And having taken stock, once we accepted that this pandemic was going to take a lot longer than we wanted, we need to start offering things, formats, digital formats, to our audience, to our users. Normally it would have taken us 5 years, but we had to do it very quickly. And in Hanover, we now have 7 events that we can run this week, and we hope that we can produce the best of both worlds for our hybrid events, because, of course, trade events aren't going to carry on as they used to. Like this, we're going to have streaming, and our exhibitors are going to have to do that too. But we need new customers, and we need to carry on being anchors for this work. So there's a light side and a dark side. Mr. Middle, you had some good news because the IAA is going to take place in Munich. What are you looking forward to? What do you think is going to happen? Well, primarily, I'm delighted that it's going to happen, because we couldn't take it for granted in recent weeks. I'm delighted that with the IAA, we're seeing a further development from a pure trade fair to a mobility platform. And we can see that reflected in the number of exhibitors and companies taking part. So it's not the classical suppliers only coming to Munich. We have a lot of other tech sector representatives and other sectors, and I'm delighted that we can sit in the beer gardens again in Munich. I can imagine. So, Mr. Falk, can you tell us, Gamescom, what does that do? Because not everyone knows it, probably. Yes, Gamescom is the world's biggest event for computer and video games, a 360-degree event, because all the different sectors that play a role in gaming, from the boards to the games, everything big and small, it all happens at Gamescom. And we're doing it digitally this year, like last year. And how well did that work virtually? Well, of course, it was a challenge. What helped us was that as an industry, we're already digital, and Gamescom has been increasingly digital in recent years. So we were able to build on our strategy and become 100% digital. But I think we did that quite well, because games are, in any case, part of the digital avant-garde. So we developed our tools, and we've enabled 1 million people worldwide to take part in Gamescom, and look at what was happening in Germany and our games culture. Which brings me on to Ms. Schwober and Electronic Arts. What are the most successful games for you? Can you tell us about Electronic Arts? Yes, sure. At Electronic Arts, we have 450 million registered gamers. That's a lot, and you have to be quite clear that next year alone, or this year alone, another 240 million have joined us because people want to get together by digital means during this period. Of course, we have a very broad portfolio and a lot of very successful franchises which have continued to function through the pandemic. Epic Nations, for example, Epic Legends, where we have over 100 million players, and that's huge, and it's growing fast, especially recently. Of course, we cater for different genres, FIFA, for example, or Battlefield. It's a very broad spectrum, and I think there's something for every taste. What about live events for Electronic Arts? That's very important for us, of course, because interaction and personal experience is so important for the end users. This isn't just about B2B users. It's essential because we who develop the games, need the feedback from the people who use them. The fascination, the inspiration that we can create depends on that. Of course, the pandemic, I have to confess, also wrong-footed us, although we are so broadly positioned. But with this absence of people, before we had the digital events, we very quickly revamped, and everything that we were planning to do physically this year, we shifted to digital systems. So we've gained a lot of experience, and of course we can see the effects, because the world is getting bigger, and we are the leader developer and publisher of games. We focus on specific markets, but when we want our gamers to communicate with each other, and when we want to communicate with them, we're talking about global scope. And digital, you can't beat it. So live events are very important. Everyone's telling me that. Mr. Köckler, can you explain for us quickly? We have a lot of virtual and hybrid events in the last year. Why is it important for people to be physically present? Because our customers want it. Our biggest event, Hannover Messe, is the world's biggest industrial trade fair, where we had 8,000 people at a purely digital event in mid-April, and they all said, the big exhibitors, there are a lot of aspects of digital trade fairs which are an enrichment, but we don't want to be purely digital. And it's important, it's not what the trade fairs are saying, it's what our customers are saying and what the customers of our customers are saying. So visitors who go to trade fairs, it's a mental thing. If you go to a trade fair and you go up to a stand or a display of technology like at Hannover Messe, your mind is open to new things, and perhaps you suddenly become aware of a problem you hadn't been aware of this morning. You want to invest, you want to trigger something, and the fantastic thing is that if I've got 5 different people offering me something, I can compare it all on site. It's like the Olympics. The exhibitors show their innovations, and then something happens as you bring together a sector, something that can't happen digitally. And it's brutal customer orientation. Our customers mind about these things. We don't tell them what functions. We need to create the platforms that our customers want. And right across the board, at least on industrial issues, they're saying, we need the physical core. So the customers want it. Are you confident that your visitors will come back to such big trade fairs? Certainly, because the big investment, it's not just about me ordering a few products, a few sneakers or something. If I want to renew my plant and I want to invest money, I want a sense of what the company is, what kind of people are they, who am I doing business with, and business is done with people. In what way I get that feedback? I'm sure there'll be fewer conferences at big trade fairs. The Times tell us that, but when customers say they want live events, I'm sure they're going to invite their own customers along, and if people want it, they're talking about their competitive edge. They want to look for the right partners for their company. And probably for VDA, the same thing. There will be a presence component too. Is that important for you in coming years? Yes, I can only confirm what Mr. Köckler just said. We have been doing that at the VDA in recent months. We've discussed it a great deal. And this desire for a live event and on-site presence, again, our exhibitors live off their products in the vehicle manufacturing business. People want to show the product. They want people to experience the product. So we'll always have a very strong live focus. And I'm quite sure that the digital prolongation, the extra time we're going to use to convey some of the information on other continents where they're going to have difficulties this year. So that might work. And Mr. Falk, what do you think the next Gamescom is going to be like next year? With analog? I think Gamescom next year won't simply be a digital extra time of 2019. That would be fatal if we think we do the same recipe as before and add a few conference panels and put a camera somewhere. That doesn't do, because in our sector, I think we've moved a bit further as far as digitalization and marketing are concerned. So expectations are much greater now. That's a challenge, because of course we have to meet that challenge, something that other digital platforms that are already doing good marketing for their company are already doing well. So we have to offer value added, but it's a great opportunity. Last year at Gamescom, we got almost half of those who took part. The companies had never been to Gamescom before. So there's huge potential there for those who perhaps are setting up a game studio with 10 people in America. They can't come to a Gamescom. They're not going to book a single square meter. We want to offer them something too, and we can only do that if we have a good digital offering, and the things have to match. So next year, we want the 370,000 visitors online, but if we can link the digital and the physical side, then that's fantastic. It's not enough to do things just digitally. We have to come up with new formats. For example, just briefly, we introduced an open-air nightlife. That's a big show where suddenly we as Gamescom are the anchors. We're presenting the show. We're showing the latest products. We have the most gamers, and we can let them all take part. So they don't have to do it on the Gamescom platform, on YouTube, on Twitter, everything. It doesn't cost anything. You don't have to buy a ticket. And that way we have an outreach. Last year we reached 2 million viewers at the same time with this show. That's like 5 games events at the same time. An outreach that is really good for companies. And it's not just the old principle, it's a new idea. And I'm sure some things will work and some things won't, and we have to move ahead and we have to work to make sure that we keep our customers.
I'll pick up on that immediately. Ms. Schober, I saw you nod. Do you see the same potential? Absolutely. And we, as EA, has actually recognized this before the pandemic. We're great proponents of Gamescom, are always very much present, but 360,000, I mean, I'm interested in the number. It's still limited, right? It's limited because the fairground has a certain size, because we only have 5 days, and because as exhibitors, there are only a certain number of gaming stations we can make available because, well, you need the resources. So we started very early on to think, how can we scale this up? How can we show our games, the experience, the immersive experiences that we're building up, and how can we carry that into the world to all the gaming fans? And obviously the digital channel is the preferred choice. Going back to the opening, what is happening when we're talking about worldwide relevance of fairs and industry events, and the picture and sound are frozen. We will continue. We try to carry this forward with the various associations and industry representatives and want to make sure that the issue we're fighting for can be progressed, so that ultimately also the physical event can be stabilized and enlarged. A brief supplementary question. What is the element of customer experience that you think cannot be translated into the digital? Obviously, the personal meeting, this value is clear. I mean, we've all seen that at a personal level, and we've had tough times in the last 18 months through not having them. Obviously, it's very different if you can meet physically, face-to-face with colleagues and have gaming fans there, where the fascination becomes tangible. For those who weren't at Gamescom, it is an unbelievable atmosphere. The halls are flooded with people. Sometimes they spend hours in queues to play a game. that is something you can't really carry into the digital, even though we can, of course, show the games and make demos available digitally, but the value of this visible, tangible, true meeting is not in question. I agree with everybody else there. That's an interesting point. Mr. Köckler, how important is this personal exchange? At live events, that's core for getting to know new people. Yes, you can meet and get to know each other in Zooms or Teams, but in a personal exchange, what really makes people is emotions, feeling sympathy for somebody, or for salespeople, what they can do best, selling. When we have investment goods fairs, I mean, sometimes 2 contacts during 1 week of a fair gives you twice the annual turnover. We haven't just got the huge multis earning millions. We've got the mid-sized business that's grown over years, but is smaller. So personal exchange will always be valuable. Even when you're talking to young people now spend 3 terms at university studying at home, they can consume the content, but they still want to meet the people. So yes, new contacts, inspirations, but also the element of chance. Attending a live instance means you encounter things you cannot prepare for. And if we're honest, even in our own lives, we've always experienced accidental matters happening in a career, in a shop, and that's exactly what happens at a live event too. So after 14, 15 months of the pandemic, it's become clear we simply are human beings. We don't need to worry about that, however different we may be. There will always be some who will be grateful for digital formats, making sure they don't have to get into an overcrowded train and book a night in an overpriced hotel. But certainly in my area, there are far more people who are longing for the personal thing to happen again. And I think one new feature is that travel is going to be much more careful. People won't go to the hotel room at 6 and send an email and spend a lonely evening. They say, no, if we do this, we do a live event. And I think our job is to orchestrate everything around it much better. And I'm sure that large companies will want to offer something special to their customers. I mean, and that would be fun. Home office isn't such fun, but it must be fun in combination. This is an important aspect, this accidental element, the element of chance. I've noticed that in the IAA, Mr. Middle, you plan an open event, an open space? What's that? The name says it all. We want to give an opportunity to our exhibitors, as they clearly expressed they actually wanted, to have direct contact with the general population. Direct contact with customers, new and old. We will go to the most beautiful parts that exist in Munich downtown, show our product. People can reserve seats, if you like, but every stand will be freely available, accessible, no charge. We'll all allow test drives, so open in every sense, open without any restrictions, contact with the products of industry. Mr. Falk, you described how the next Gamescom 2022, what that might be like. What sort of framework do you need to do it? We need speed, we need dynamics above all, because particularly if you want to excel in the digital, our competitors, our yardstick isn't other organizers. We need to compare with the huge digital platforms, for example. And I think we all know the innovative speed which they have. So we've got to be fast. And as a representative of the games industry, I'm very happy with my partner, Cologne Fair, because they are totally uncompromising, has been very consistent, saying, particularly in this difficult time for COVID, we invest, we commit, we make sure we work towards getting the #1 in the world when it comes to doing digital events. And this has been important, because otherwise the market will just go somewhere else. Because the €1 I invest in digital marketing, I may know very well what I get for it as a company. We, however, have to offer just that added value for the company to say, an event which is hybrid, digital as well as on-site, I have just the same benefit then. So that's going to be very important for me in the future. And this attitude is what we need to try to achieve. Yes, stay relevant. Ms. Schrobe, after COVID, what do you want to achieve?
konsequent, und das treiben wir auch innerhalb unseres
I
Teams
would like to work consistently so we can enforce scalability on the basis of the events we've had so far. We shouldn't compare ourselves with our live events, but with other sort of challenges in the digital field. That's not always easy, but I think that is the way we need to go, not just with the Gamescom, but with all of our event portfolio. And we need to drive this forward. But let me re-emphasize the physical presence, the value of the direct contact. I think all of us, whether remotely present or physically present, we know this. For 20 years, I've been doing nothing but fairs and events, and I miss that too. And for our gaming fans, it's the same. Despite this, we need to keep an eye on the way things are moving and which opportunities we have. We already talked about supporting business to a larger extent than before by having the digital format rather than just the physical. Yes, we noticed people enjoyed being present. We've seen this here in TDA as a live event too. Mr. Köckler, what do you think will the fair in 2022 be like? Well, on the example of Hanover Fair, we have to make assumption. I'm sure that the speed of the vaccination program will be faster than mutants, and I think that we'll have an app so that people with 2 vaccinations will find traveling easy, and then we can offer people, come back, you exhibitors, have the stalls you want. And I'm sure some will have to think whether there will be any forum which won't be streamed as well. And for 2022, we will offer a digital space, allowing some exhibitors only to be present digitally, because it's a question, are the 2 competing formats, will one cannibalize the other, or will it improve the brand? And the brand Hanover Fair, I'm absolutely convinced, with our claim to be global, the basic DNA of the fair is internationalism, and we have to play on that. Of course, it still is at a certain point in time. 1 week, everybody has got to have the adrenaline levels high on Monday, see the competition. Spectators must be interested in seeing new. Everything digital has to be exclusive, a bit like football. If you know that Germany has won, what was it, 4-2 against Portugal? Knowing that the next day is far less interesting than seeing it live the night before. So that's what I think should be a good mix. And that way we can develop a global brand in the interest of customers, because we make these decisions together with the customers. Also in the digital field, we want real business models. After all, we're an entrepreneurial company. We have to make sales and have to cover the costs. Mr. Mindel, do you agree for the IAA as well here? I'm very optimistic, particularly because 2022 we'll be guesting with Mr. Köckler in Hanover. I believe that a good physical meeting with physical presence in Hanover will be happening, where you can see industry from all over the world. The substance, the discussion on this future of mobility, the future of transport, that is going to be extended in the digital and reach a greater audience that way. Let's hope so. Mr. Falk, to what extent is the Gamescom and the games industry altogether an example for other industries? I think there are a few routes that we can travel faster when it comes to digital than other industries. So to some extent we are pioneering this. I think for our partner, Cologne Messe, Cologne Fair, it's so interesting because in recent years we've been quite active also in other formats and have developed things that can be used for other events and so on. But I think industry and companies are always a good incentive. Stay dynamic, develop, because our communities too, the gamers, give very direct feedback. And of course, that brings about its own innovative speed. For example, they didn't think for a long time that Gamescom should be free for all, that we wouldn't issue digital tickets because it just really limits our reach and therefore our relevance. So we said no. But there has to be some formats which we'll have to reinterpret, or to say Gamescom won't just happen here, but on all portals. Meaning, with the stores, with the portals, we had to conclude cooperation agreements so that the Gamescom could happen all over the web. It was a quite new approach, but extremely successful, and I think others can learn quite a lot from that. And we're proud of what we've done. After all, that's why we said it's very important for us during COVID not to just put our head under a blanket. No, we said, okay, it's only 2020. true, but we'll do it. Last year, we also did something. We wanted to show people that during a crisis, you need to be brave, experiment, test things out. Stay dynamic. Ms. Schrober, I want to ask you a question about this too. How does the EA try to remain fast and dynamic? Well, as Felix said a moment ago, the direction and the speed is something which is given to us by the community. If you develop a game, yes, you have a certain development period, but the feedback comes right away. Do people like or dislike the game? So we need to have our concept aligned with these things and also take in the feedback, because for big events like Gamescom or other events which happen throughout the year, we use them to communicate our games. So that's a very important element. Innovative, forward-looking, forward-thinking. When we're talking about this element of events, I think we've done quite well in the last 18 months. And for the team, for our team, I hope that we will continue working on it and take the challenge with us, that we create new things, that we see ourselves as an events team and try to develop the formats we're dealing with further, because this is the time to look forward and not just to do copy-paste 2019 into the future. And Ms. Schrober, a brief last question. What game would you recommend people play? Well, I said initially, we have very broad-based genres. We've got we have several games. Norad City, for example, very exciting. As a good entrance level is and there is no sound. Your interpreter is sorry. There wasn't enough coming through to form a sentence. I'm sorry. Thank you very much to our panelists, Mr. Falk, Mr. Köckler, Mr. Mindel, and Ms. Schrober. Thank you, and all the best to you. Business is facing big changes. Progressive, innovative, and sustainable is the way we can cope with them. I'm standing here with Ms. Yokoyama. What does the startup scene do for Germany? Well, obviously, the startup group drives new technologies and business models in a major way. And particularly in recent years, the startups have grown amazingly, not just in terms of funding, but also when we're looking at really outstanding, prominent example like Auto Flixbus, N26. I mean, the startup scene has arrived in Germany. What is the potential of co-creation projects for industrial companies of the future, which put the circular economy at a level, very high level to be implemented? Co-creation projects have a huge potential just in general. That's cooperation between established companies and startups, and that potential is huge. Sadly, one has to say that 8 of 10 startups are already working with an established company, but only a third of these established companies recognize the potential that cooperating with startups may bring. So there's a lot of catching up that German businesses need to do, but it's also important to use this opportunity to test new technologies quickly, to find and try new business models that could also be scaled up. So you don't need to develop the competencies yourself, you can work with people who have them. That creates new approaches to test without too much risk.
Ganz herzlich willkommen zu
A very warm welcome to our panel now. It's Green Hydrogen from Africa, Future Energy for Cooperation between Business and Development Policy. And as the title already indicates, it's all about hydrogen, an element which for our own economy and the global economy is definitely going to be more important in the future, in particular when we are looking at the possibilities of economic cooperation and development, particularly between Germany and Africa. Now, this with a view to hydrogen is what we would like to discuss with a number of exciting panelists. I have with me here, live, Tanja Bergmann, she's from Ford Hydro. Heike is here, but remotely we have three other panelists with us. Tanja Rüdiger-Vorwerk from the Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, Bernhard Longin, Chairman of the Board of Karl Duisberg Society, which promotes internationalism in business, and we have Sebastian Justus Schmidt of Enapter AG, which is a technology leader of the exchange membrane which creates green hydrogen. So very well welcome to you all. Let me though start here in the studio with me at this location together with Heike Bergmann and ask whether they could very briefly and concisely explain why hydrogen will be so important for us. Hydrogen is an extremely important element for decarbonizing our industry. There are many industrial sectors which cannot be electrified. And there are processes which require a lot of energy density, and this can only be achieved through having substitutes like hydrogen. Hydrogen is also a very good storage, a good buffer, and a transfer medium for renewable energy, or electricity rather. So if, speaking as a layperson, I can sum this up. The idea is, because of the energy turnaround, we want to reduce CO2 emissions, and hydrogen seems a pretty ideal source for that, if I hopefully summarized it correctly now. So in this case, I would like to move over to Ms. Rüdiger-Vorwerk. Hydrogen is so important, so why is cooperating with Africa important in this context too? In order to have a CO2 neutral future, green hydrogen based on renewable energies is going to be a major factor. In the year 2030, we assume 15% of global energy demand will be covered and has to be covered by hydrogen. And this is why the German government has started the National Hydrogen Energy. They were creating a framework for action to make hydrogen an established core element of the energy change. In order to cover future demand of green hydrogen, we will have to work with partner countries who have locational advantages in terms of solar and wind, because the intention is to import hydrogen from these countries, produce it on site, and then move it to Germany, which is why the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development has concluded hydrogen partnerships with NICs and developing countries. We'll discuss in more detail what exactly this means. Now, first, talking to somebody who does these things practically, Sebastian Justus Schmidt. What are you planning in concrete terms in Africa? When we're discussing green hydrogen and hydrogen imports, people tend to talk about huge systems. But Africa is a country which may have a lot of sunshine, but not necessarily a lot of energy. There's a huge share of the population in Africa. We are completely cut off from the electricity grid, and this is where we come in. We create decentralized hydrogen systems as a bulk product, and that allows to store green hydrogen at the regional and even local level. This comes together with the Hydrogen Initiative in Germany, where we want to drive the price down through having an edge when it comes to technology and manufacture. That's what our company is working on. We want to make sure that we get into mass production at the end of 22, beginning 23, and we want these devices then to produce and store energy so cheaply that we can be competitive. When one's looking and listening to you, all these panelists, it sounds like a win-win situation for everyone. Mr. Longing, is it? Well, the Karl Duisberg Society, whose CEO has been since April, we are skilling and upskilling skilled laborers, and we promote companies. SDG goals in Africa are also one of our focal areas. And it's likely that we're going to focus in particular here on Kenya and Tanzania. This is where innovative technologies and customized solutions are highly welcome, which is indeed a win-win situation, definitely. Ms. Bergman, because Mr. Longin mentioned two countries in particular, we were just talking about Africa, but clearly that's very much a headline for a whole continent. But which countries are countries where you've been active and which are particularly suitable when it comes to generating hydrogen from renewable energies? We have been active in Africa for a very long time. We have also installed our first plants in the 1930s, which are still running today, mind you. But the main issue is that a variety of companies are interested in diversifying their industry and installing renewables. Angola is one of the countries which is very progressive in this respect. They've got a huge plan to really build renewable energies in their country, and they're very interested in getting away from the oil sector and adopt alternatives. But there are other countries, 54 countries in Africa. I could give you quite a number. We also are active in Ethiopia, where a transformation process has also been initiated on the basis of the population there that is keen to industrialize, but would prefer it based on green energy. These are the countries I would focus on. Ms. Rödiger-Vorwerk, because you spoke about hydrogen partnerships, maybe you can go into somewhat greater detail here. What is this like and how can companies profit? From the side of our ministry, we have to particularly bear in mind that we want to benefit from partner countries. We are particularly keen to make sure there are sustainability criteria, that there are labor and social standards, and make sure that these are taken into account at our sites. And the second point, which is very important from our point of view, is that there should under no circumstances be conflicts of utilization between us and the local population. Mr. Justus Schmidt mentioned the electricity availability to the countries where there often is a lack of electricity. So a careful balance will have to be struck. And it needs to be a careful generation of renewables to make sure that these energies can then be converted to hydrogen. And a third aspect concerns water supply. In order to produce hydrogen, you need a fair amount of water. As a result, our objective is that plants should be built particularly close to the sea, so we can combine the production of hydrogen with desalination plants, which is not a problem. And in this way, the additional water, which is needed for electrolysis, which is the production of hydrogen, can be made available. Ask a more concrete question. How does Germany compare to other players in the international scene? As far as the German government is concerned, with its hydrogen strategy, we are very well positioned in Germany because it goes across ministries, which is an important point. Our ministry, if you like, covers the hydrogen partnerships, how to deal with the partner countries. It's about creating value chains. It's about scaling effects that we would like to achieve, and it's about getting to an industrial level while integrating the private sector. This is important. We are standing shoulder to shoulder with many private sector companies. Right now, we are preparing a market ramp-up with a variety of different companies. We have partners in Morocco, which is one of our central plants there, which are currently being projected, but we're already looking to South Africa and to Brazil, where again we are already preparing pilot plants. Since you just mentioned South Africa, obviously we would like to look at individual countries a bit to break this down. We have got a statement from South Africa from somebody who has commented on the hydrogen production and what it would mean for South Africa. Let's listen in.
Warm greeting from South Africa. I am Dr. Clinton Carter-Brown, head of the Energy Research Center at the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. And South Africa has a coal-based energy system. Not only is 90% of the electricity generated from coal, but approximately 1/3 of our liquid fuels are also manufactured from coal to liquid processes. Fortunately, South Africa is a relatively large country with an extensive land mass suitable for renewable energy and green hydrogen development. We have a world-class solar resource and a very good wind resource. Our least cost power system will see coal-fired power generation replaced with renewable energy as complemented with flexible demand and supply side technologies. The decarbonization of the electricity system with sector coupling will result in low-cost renewable energy as the primary energy source for all end-use sectors. As part of this transition, green hydrogen will play a very important role as an energy carrier. South Africa is set to play a leading global role in the green hydrogen economy. Green hydrogen export to Germany, Europe, and other developing markets presents a major opportunity to replace our present coal exports. Developing large-scale green hydrogen projects for export will also stimulate local market development and application. This presents substantial opportunities for job creation and economic growth. But the development of green hydrogen economies requires new strategies, new thinking, new skills, and new entrepreneurs. And hence South Africa, through the Department of Science and Innovation, is developing the country's hydrogen roadmap. Furthermore, the Department of Trade, Industry and Commerce has tasked the Industrial Development Corporation to lead in the development of green hydrogen projects. The opportunities in green hydrogen have triggered the development of further programs as linking to other developing economies, as are also set to benefit from the global and growing green hydrogen market. And hence partnerships with Germany and Europe will be critical in unpacking these opportunities, in developing the market and creating bankable projects with offtake agreements, as we'll see the first flow of green hydrogen products being traded. This is such an exciting opportunity that will require leadership, vision, and a long-term focus for the mutual benefit of all parties involved. And in this transition, German business will be a major role player as a user of green hydrogen products, some of which will be sourced from South Africa. And furthermore, German industry as a partner in the developing of green hydrogen technologies as localized in South Africa with German partners. I thank you for this opportunity.
Clinton Carter-Brown.
This was Clinton Carter-Brown from South Africa with his statement. We have now spoken a great deal also in the statement about what one might call the outside requirements, countries with sun, with space. How about the factor, the human factor? When we're talking about hydrogen, what is it that is needed? And where should we maybe put a greater focus? Qualifying labour. That is extraordinary importance because that's the be-all and end-all of everything. So there should also be national competence centres and there should be educational cooperation that needs to be built up. As the Duisburg Society, we have the intention of focusing on this to make sure that it's more considered. And this is vocational educational training, because for several decades we have been promoting skilled labourers, we've been supporting management staff. I've seen Mr. Sebastian Justus-Schmidt, you were nodding. You agree with that focus? Absolutely. The initial systems were sold by us in 2018, well, installed, sold before. If we can speak of these systems having problems. I mean, they were developed with a lot of promotion and installed with a promotion, and you can't just then put it in place and leave it to the people on the ground to deal with them. That is impossible. If you're really serious about this, you need to create local infrastructure. You need to develop technicians who know the technology. So on the one hand, it's about energy generation. And in most cases, the energy used for generation is solar. Solar installations are fairly simple. And actually, there are quite a lot of local technicians. And what they need to learn is to store energy and to use what they can to make the systems available. That was our first job as well, and always is when we're looking into the future. That's exactly what we'll have to do, skilling and training. I think a sustainability aspect is involved as well, if I interpret what you say correctly. Ms. Rüdiger-Vorbeck, how do you want to make sure that what we are kickstarting here is actually sustainable too? As far as the Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development is concerned, having local value chains is an important element so that our partner countries can create sustainable chances for more value creation. And there are 4 aspects or advantages making that possible. One is local value creation. The second is energy reliability, also for these countries as well as for us. Then it's jobs that are created on the ground. And as you have already said, it is also about jobs, about skilling and training. So in this way, we have sustainability, not just in the sense of training, but also it comprises all social elements, therefore helps the country on the spot. Is this also your angle that value creation locally can be created, should be created, and is it working? This is a very important element. On the ground, we must extend value-creating industries. We have a bit of a chicken and egg problem in Africa. First, you need to create an incentive, attracting private investors to Africa so they can build an industry. With the opportunity of hydrogen, this sort of lends itself to that Africa has a huge potential to producing not hydrogen, because wind, solar, even hydro power hasn't been sufficiently developed in Africa. But in order to get there, you first find a way of financing this infrastructure, all these projects for renewable energy generation. And of course, a concept where we create a situation where we have offtake from Africa, the standards that we as Europeans define with our values. This is particularly important, and I think in this respect, Ms. Rüdiger-Vorbeck has mentioned quite a few important points already. In addition, I would say that, as Clinton Carter-Brown said, this industry on the spot needs to be trained. You need to find structures allowing sustainably to build up a knowledge base. And I think that is a second important element. We have made experience which shows that just by providing training in what we call hydro school, and the use of local work people can help provide a sustainable solution. And that also ensures maintenance.
Sebastian Justus-Schmidt, to come back to you, because you have local experience as well. It sounds a bit as though there has to be a cultural shift in some countries. As a European, as a German, with a business approach, how do you deal with that? Is it a bit problematic to be cautious? No, I don't think so, but I can see another point. We think that we need to attune the countries of Africa to our culture. If we want to be successful, then... But we have to look at their economic situation and start on a small scale and start to build where things haven't been before. There are some good approaches developed at the ministry, and I know that there are an incredible number of studies on this subject. We are a purpose-driven company. The first thing is to reduce carbon emissions, followed by other objectives. But of course, we're also entrepreneurs, and we want to work with companies in other countries in Africa. So we want to develop structures with local companies that are then able to market those systems at good value for money and to provide maintenance so that we can use or convert hydrogen into electricity and use the product locally. So it's more than a pricing issue. We haven't got to that point with our system yet, but we're getting there. Not just us as Inapta. I'm talking about the whole ecosystem around hydrogen. And of course, that's something which helps us to address the money issue. So apart from the carbon issue, which is our big priority, decarbonization is something we want to do something about because it's such an important global issue. So for the Karl Duisburg Gesellschaft, what value do you attach to this development, working on hydrogen with Africa? How does your association see it? Is it a high priority? I wanted to add that it's about know-how transfer rather than culture transfer, and that is a high priority because to achieve the social and environment development objectives, it has a high priority. I think it's essential because importing hydrogen to achieve our targets needs to meet certain essentials. We've almost run out of time, but let me come back to Ms. Rüdiger-Vorwerk. There's an increasing impression that this is a big opportunity for German companies, but also for the countries where these installations and technologies are built. But what challenges do you see? The biggest challenge we have getting there is forging alliances so that we can ramp up in that market very quickly, successfully. So our ministry, if we want commercial operation of this GTX chain, we set up a corporate alliance in 2017 to work together on achieving those objectives. And the workshops that have been generated by that alliance with research companies and the private sector have contributed a great deal to the German government's current development program. It's a cross-ministry project. It's not something we're doing very often, working with other ministries. But if you want an industrial ramp-up with large-scale plant in our partner countries, you need this. On the one side, there is the question of generating a demand market. What companies do we know will take these hydrogen products? What volume are we talking about, and what timeline, and what prices? And that's why the German government is going to establish a differential compensation. That is a way of compensating a kind of artificial competition mechanism. We'll combine the competition mechanism with the funding mechanism. We've learned it from other projects in Germany towards sustainability. We have power auction. This is an example which South Africa has also used very successfully. So if you like, that is the highway that we're building. And the whole thing is flanked by a whole package of support measures which our ministry is offering. Let me just mention a few points. That's our develop program, business scouts, partnership programs with companies, research contracts, which we're trying to apply to flank this issue. Mr. Schmidt, just briefly to you, because I do wonder, this isn't all unlimited, this great potential in Africa. So who are you competing with, and what's it like? We know China has been mentioned a few times, but there may be other interested players as well. Is there a competition?
In modular electrolysis that can be scaled at will, there's no direct computer. There's some competition from Asia. With the large electrolysis, our European companies are under pressure. But competition always makes you better, and that improves prices, capex, which makes the hydrogen cheaper. So they're positive elements, really, as long as they are driven by companies and are competition-driven. So, Ms. Bergmann, when you can travel where you want, where will you go in Africa to look at a Voigt facility? Angola is one of our next destinations, also Kinshasa, Congo. There's a lot of potential there for hydropower. Thank you very much then to you and to all our other panelists who are with us by remote means. That's Tanja Rödiger-Vorwerk, Bernhard Longin from the Karl Duisberg Gesellschaft, and Sebastian Justus Schmidt from INAPTA. And I hope our viewers on the live stream carry on enjoying our informative panels here at Industry Day.
Nicole Büttner ist jetzt bei mir von Merantix.
I've got Nicole Büttner with me from Merantix Labs. Hello, good to see you. So, big transformations for industry, and they're supposed to be sustainable and innovative. What is your sector doing, the startup sector, for the future of Germany? Well, I work specifically with artificial intelligence, and what our startup does is we develop new AI-driven business models and take them into companies, in existing industrial companies. So we're bringing key technologies, cutting-edge technologies from the ivory tower of academia and putting them into practical applications. So why do you think industrial companies in the future should start using AI? Well, all industries are going to be transformed by AI. I don't think anyone's going to be avoiding that. It's really important to begin today and to think about what we want to achieve. What are the problems we want to define where AI can help? So how can AI processes themselves be sustainable? And of course, that's one of the points of attack, all this compute power that we need. I think we have to look towards the politicians there. How are we going to get our energy? Where from? That's one of the big questions there. And the second is the architecture of algorithms can be designed in such a way that they are more energy efficient and get us there quicker. Welcome to another panel entitled Stakeholder Value versus Shareholder Value. How does corporate responsibility work? And that is a big question for today. We've been talking about a more holistic approach to entrepreneurship. And I'm sure there's an interplay between that and a purely entrepreneurial approach. But to look at this interplay and the opportunities it might generate, I want to talk to some very interesting panelists. First of all, let me welcome Evelyn Metzen, who's Director of Government Policies and Public Affairs for Germany, Austria and Switzerland at Google. Oh, that's a long title. I have to be careful. I'd also like to welcome Nadine Lann-Honighaus, who's Executive Director of eConsens. That's quite easy. And then here in the studio, we also have Niels aus dem Moor, who's head of RWI Berlin office and head of RWI Research Group Sustainability and Governance. Welcome to you as well. And then by link, we have Daniel Schmidt, Chief Sustainability Officer at SAP. Welcome to you.
Let's perhaps look first, and I'm going to come straight to Ms. Honighaus. If we're talking about stakeholders, and in this context where we have very different companies, what kind of groups are we talking about that? If you have to explain that to somebody who's not in the business and doesn't know what we mean. Okay, altogether, the stakeholders are the various target groups, people who have a vested interest, a justifiable vested interest in finding out what a company is doing, what the business model is, what the supply chain is, how the company affects its immediate or broader environment. That includes employees, customers, the political community, civil society, whether it's organized or not, shareholders. And we're moving out of a time a few years ago when there were these rankings of stakeholder groups. You know, the shareholders were the most important. But for a few years now, and certainly the companies involved in this, and I know Dr. Austin-Mohrer can support this, now we're seeing a kind of trend that shows us that this primacy of the shareholder as such no longer exists. This license to operate that a company has is actually issued by a whole diversity of stakeholder groups. And companies need to involve them in what they're doing and how they're deciding. So if I break that down, it means it depends what company we're talking about in the end. Yes and no. I don't know. In the status quo, yes, because we're on a route to transformation where the social impact that a company has is just as significant as the impact of external factors on the company and its business model. So this inside out and outside in perspectives lead to a dual materiality. And this perspective is something which is implicit in that idea about why companies, players on the transformation pathway, need to be part of the thinking. Whether every company has fully understood that today, we need to discuss. And I'm sure there's a lot of companies we still have to take with us. Well, let's do that then with a representative of Google. Where are you on this question? I think all companies are constantly engaged in transformation because we have to constantly ask ourselves questions and maybe talk to new stakeholder groups. But I would say that Google as a company has always done this because the very foundation, Google, has a motto, do the right thing, which means there's a lot of responsibility there which we impose on ourselves. How can we take technologies, services and trading to assume that to make people have better lives? So that's a pretty broad stakeholder group, not only the shareholders. We're talking about people. And it's quite easy to move on from that idea. The biggest group among our stakeholders are our users, ordinary citizens. And they've been in our focus from the outset, but not so much as individuals, more embedded within the society where they live. And that comes back to what you were just saying, their economic environment, industry, their local environment, the political framework, everything, sustainability. So from the outset, we attached a big focus to that and always looked to see that apart from the technologies, we include that environment. So we started training our employees in these themes, and sustainability is part of our DNA. But of course, you can never stop learning. That sounds as though Google thinks that it's about doing good for people rather than money. Is that really the case? I didn't get you acoustically. It sounds as though Google is primarily engaged in helping people rather than earning money. Well, the nice thing is that you can combine the two things. Of course, we're a company, and we have shareholders. But the two things need to be linked. Or let's say you can't have one without the other. And certainly in an integrated social public interest. Stakeholder value means you can generate a business. And we need to understand that. I think a lot of startups now do link those two things from the outset. Now let's ask Mr. Schmid, Daniel Schmid, as Chief Sustainability Officer at SAP. How would you say that this new focus has affected the work you do in the company? And what do you think is, could you take stock and say this is how far we've got now? I don't think you can demarcate it so clearly because there are various stakeholder groups. A lot of SAP employees also have shares in the company, so there are overlaps. Or there are suppliers who are also customers, partners who are also suppliers and users. So when you take the whole picture, I think for SAP, we've considered that from the outset, and you have to. You have to see stakeholders, I suppose, as dovetailed. Then it's a kind of loop. And if you want to cater for all of them, then you do your business to earn money, so you can pay your employees, and then the shareholders get their dividends, so everyone has an interest, and you want to do that in the long term. There's no point in thinking in the short term. And I think that's another insight which we're observing internationally, that through standardization and organizational structures that enable us to come together, and the consolidation we've seen in industry. If you think about the previous forum, for example, who are the stakeholders? But things are all closely linked. So we're moving away from financial optimization. Of course, we're working in the business environment, no question about that. But we are gearing our business activity to human beings all around the world. And if we're holistic, we make much better business decisions. So, yeah, you have to join up dots, you have to take a holistic approach. And next week, we'll have our Sustainability Advisory Panel meeting again. We've been meeting with them for the last 10 years, but of course there's a lot of fluctuation. We have people from research, we have NGOs, we have people representing society, the environment, the capital market, customers, partners. The most important stakeholder groups are employees too, because we have people from the Works Council on the Supervisory Board. They're partners for us as well in talking about sustainability. So you're saying that this is an international trend. Let me come to Dr. Aus dem Moore. My modest observations in Arab countries, perhaps there are different priorities set there. I don't know so much about people who are working in China, but is this really a global approach? No, I don't think you can say that, because if you're hopeful or optimistic, we would say we can't say it yet. But I think for the German industry or for companies that have adopted this perspective, there's a bit of a gap there still, sometimes quite a big gap between the rhetoric and the reality. And that's because things that sound good, holistic, integrated approach and so forth, if you actually try to apply that to a specific problem, you'll see there are conflicts of interest. And if I only have one flagship and we're all following along in its wake, narrow economic definition, we are geared to the interests of our customers or our shareholders, you still have to take decisions, but it's much more monodimensional. So sustainability isn't going to make us all feel better, it's going to make us all work harder, and our expectations become more stringent too. We've seen it with the new German Act with regard to value chain monitoring. We can see some of these ideas are very avant-garde, There are some companies that want to take more into account, factor more in, and others that can't. Very often they want to do that because there are other groups demanding this from them, but there are also cost factors. So the question is, how can politics and regulation support those avant-garde groups, perhaps by creating that level playing field that we all want, so that it's easier to be sustainable and holistic rather than stumbling over your short-term interests all the time. I don't know many instances of CEOs or other people who've been dismissed because they weren't good on sustainability. Okay, if there's a major scandal, that's something different. If you think of BP and the oil fields, okay. But if the quarterly figures for listed companies aren't good enough, the pressure's going to be elsewhere. And we have a lot of groups that aren't really reflected in this structure as well. The Constitutional Court in Germany has made it clear recently that there is another entitlement, the entitlement of the future generation to a decent world, Fridays for Future. You might say represent these future generations, but it's a very complex group of interest groups. Well, let me come back to something you said, because it doesn't quite fit with what the other people have said before you. And to simplify it, so a bit of it is cosmetic, you're saying? Would you share that view? Is that a criticism you can accept? One thing I would certainly underline and agree with is that sustainability decisions are not becoming easier, they're becoming more complex. And being able to reflect that in your decision-making processes, not only there, but in management processes, in your monitoring and your controlling, setting timelines and so forth, is really hard. And what a lot of people who have something to do with business agree on tends to be a frustration that there is no such thing as a perfect solution. You're always weighing up between a better and a less good solution, and bearing in mind all the perspectives is difficult, I'm sure. But to come back to that environment, let me say, of course, certain amount of regulation doesn't make it easier, and it doesn't make it easier for companies to make decisions, especially if we can't think globally. And that's important because with EconSense, global players are committed, and if we have things like sustainability reporting, then these are aspects that we have to think of in global terms. And the investors too, if we're talking about shareholders, they think in global terms too. And there's one aspect I'd like to pick up on that Daniel Schmid mentioned. It's not that we aren't communicating with each other, quite the reverse. Daniel's already talked about this. But quite apart from the fact that we have employees who have shares, or that we have movements like Fridays for Future in companies among our employees, they haven't come from a different planet either. But they're just as interested in the environment. They're just as concerned about the climate. And shareholders don't suddenly become activists. But what they're seeing is a reality out there. They can see the state of knowledge, and they recognize that their investments in the long term are only going to make sense if they are being invested in companies that understand these aspects, that resources are finite, and take that into account, because that's simply reasonable investment. So everyone's a bit of an activist, everyone's a bit of a critic. It's important that the dialogue takes place in companies with stakeholders, and that's something that we do at EconSense.
Ist das okay für Sie?
Ja, natürlich. Ich freue mich über eine dialogische Runde.
Weil ja, es mag komplizierter geworden sein, aber es macht ja auch eine Menge Spaß. Also ich will auch mal mich ein bisschen Energie und Optimismus reinbringen und nicht das Frustrationselement hier steigern, sondern es ist doch toll und die Dinge sind nun mal verknüpft. Jetzt nehmen wir die Pandemie, ja, und dann viele gedacht, aha, jetzt ist die Gesundheit viel wichtiger und wir vergessen die Klimakrise. Ja, also nur ein gesunder Planet führt zu gesunden Menschen. Also die Dinge sind doch verknüpft. Und das ist ja gerade auch der schöne Spaßfaktor für Menschen in meiner Rolle, für meine Peers bei anderen Unternehmen, dass wir diejenigen sind, die aufzeigen, wie es verknüpft ist. Und die meistgeklickte Seite in unserem integrierten Bericht bei der SAP ist nicht mehr die Vorstandsvergütung, sondern die Seite, die da heißt Verknüpfung nicht finanzieller und finanzieller Kennzahlen. Weil wir eben gezeigt haben, erst anhand von auch wissenschaftlichen Studien in einer qualitativen Beschreibung, wie zum Beispiel ein Mehr an Führungskräften, die von Damen belegt werden, dass das zu höherer Mitarbeiterzufriedenheit und zu höheren Umsätzen führt. Oder dass eine Reduktion von CO2-Emissionen, eine Reduktion von Energieverbräuchen natürlich zu besserer Profitabilität führt. Und wir waren dann sogar in der Lage, diese Faktoren, 4 Stück von diesen, zu monetarisieren, also dann Euro dahinter zu schreiben. 1 Prozentpunkt Veränderung in der Mitarbeiterzufriedenheit bei der SAP bedeuten 50 bis 60 Millionen Euro in unserem Operating Result. Plötzlich gehen auch die Antennen auf von den Menschen, die, oder werden auf Empfang gestellt, die Antennen der Menschen, die bisher rein finanzoptimiert gedacht haben. Vielleicht sollte man die nicht finanziellen Kennzahlen sogar Pre-Financials nennen, weil sie eine extreme finanzielle Wirkung haben. Also ich möchte da nochmal für werben, dass es auch ganz viel Freude und Spaß auslöst, dass es toll ist, auch dann Menschen zu begeistern, wenn man ihnen aufzeigt in ihrem Business-Kontext, dass sie viel erfolgreicher und viel besser ihre Business-Ziele erreichen, wenn sie ganzheitlicher drauf schauen. Und deswegen ist auch gerade dieser Trend, den wir ja weltweit beobachten, sowohl bei den Investoren, wo es Richtung Impact Investment geht, man möchte das Geld so anlegen, dass es etwas Gutes bewirkt, aber nicht auf Rendite verzichten. Und da gibt es wunderbare Studien, auch Metastudien, über alle Studien, die belegen, oh, ich habe dann weniger Risiko und mehr Chance, also die performen besser. Die haben auch besser performt, gerade in der Pandemie, weil sie viel resilientere Geschäftsmodelle aufweisen und viel tragfähiger sind. Also insofern, also es macht riesen Spaß.
Ja gut, gleichzeitig gibt es ja inzwischen auch Stimmen, die sagen, wenn man wirklich wahre Nachhaltigkeit will, dann sollten auch die Gewinne sozusagen, also sollte man nicht für Gewinne wirtschaften, sondern nur das Geld ins Unternehmen reinstecken, um das Unternehmen zu halten und den Rest dann abgeben, um dann eben nachhaltige Projekte damit zu finanzieren. Da gibt es solche Vorstöße. Das wäre dann auch eine gute Sache, oder?
Also es geht auch darum, den ganzheitlichen Business Case aufzuzeigen. Und nochmal, die Kunden fordern es, die Belegschaft fordert es, die Investoren fordern es. Und natürlich können wir doch, und ich kann das gerne auch belegen mit Beispielen, kostet es an der einen oder anderen Stelle, wenn man es isoliert betrachtet, mehr Geld. Also wie wir Ende 2013 habe ich erkannt, okay, die neue Überschrift unserer Geschäftsstrategie soll da heißen, dass wir das innovativste Cloud-Unternehmen sein möchten. Ja, da bin ich auf den Vorstand und den Vorstandssprecher zugegangen und habe gesagt, dann sollten wir unseren Kunden doch die Lösung aus einer grünen Cloud anbieten. Soll heißen, grünen Strom höchster Qualität für den Betrieb der Rechenzentren einkaufen. Und natürlich kostet der mehr Geld. Aber in der Summe macht es doch Sinn. Ja? Wir sparen ja auch ganz viele Millionen ein, wenn wir energieeffizienter werden. Und wenn wir zum Beispiel virtuelle Technologie nutzen und dass ich jetzt nicht mit dem Zug nach Berlin gereist bin.
Ja, ich gehe nur kurz dazwischen, weil ich merke auch, dass Sie mit den Hufen, also ich verstehe mich ja hier als Advocatus Diaboli, deswegen frage ich das ja nicht, weil ich das jetzt sozusagen per se kritisch sehe, sondern um so ein bisschen rauszukitzeln, genau, also wo sind da eventuelle Klippen, auf die man noch achten muss, aber ja.
Ich fand auch sozusagen Ihren Einwurf absolut berechtigt, zu schauen, wo haben wir solche Unternehmen, die genau das auch können, weil sie groß genug sind und weil sie auch sozusagen die finanziellen Möglichkeiten haben, genau das zu tun, zu investieren. Also Unternehmen wie Google, die sozusagen stocken auf ihre Investitionen in Energieanlagen, die eben umweltfreundliche Energie produzieren. Und ich finde, diesen Anspruch muss man auch an die großen, reichen Unternehmen haben. Gleichzeitig haben wir aber eben auch Unternehmen, die das vielleicht nicht tun können. Und die gilt es eben auch mitzunehmen. Und es macht nicht nur Spaß, wie Herr Schmid gesagt hat, und ist natürlich auch am Ende ein wirtschaftlicher, positiver Faktor, sondern wir haben ja auch heutzutage viel mehr Möglichkeiten, das zu tun. Und da bin ich sozusagen bei Herrn Schmid und also bei SAP und bei Google, dass wir inzwischen die Technologien haben, um auch andere Unternehmen auf kleinen Schritten, auch manchmal auf niedrigschwelligen Schritten mitzunehmen, dass wir auf KI-gestützter Technologie, dass wir das Know-how verfügen als Unternehmen und dass wir dann auch den anderen Unternehmen an die Hand geben, geben, damit sie eben selber sich energieeffizienter aufstellen können und so weiter. Das, was wir selber als Unternehmen tun, ist wichtig und gut, dass wir unsere Datencenter CO2-frei oder neutral und bei Google bis 2030 auch sozusagen CO2 freistellen. Das ist wichtig. Aber damit wir diesen gesamtgesellschaftlichen Ansatz hinkriegen, müssen eben die Unternehmen, die die Technologie haben und das Know-how, das anderen zur Verfügung stellen. Das tun wir bei Google, das tut SAP und wir müssen es vor allem auch den Kommunen, den Städten und Gemeinden mit an die Hand geben, damit eben dieser gesamtgesellschaftliche Ansatz durchgesetzt wird. Denn am Ende ist es eben so, Sie haben gesagt, es sind so einige Initiativen, die das gerade treiben, aber wenn wir das schaffen, das gesamtgesellschaftlich zu verankern, dann ist es eben die große Klammer. Und ich glaube, dass einerseits sozusagen die großen Investments, so wie Sie es gesagt haben, aber auch diese kleinen.
On the one hand, we have the large-scale investors, as you've said it. On the other hand, yeah, as you said. I would like to, once again, when the time goes, and I would like to involve Dr. Austin more again, because don't you think there is even more government, more of a framework needed in order to implement this in a sustainable way? So more government or less government? What do you think? I chose my words very carefully when I spoke of a gap between rhetorics and reality. I didn't do this out of some evil-mindedness, and I'm not saying it's not fun to close this gap. I just wanted to say there is a difference between what should be and what is. I just wanted to pick up on something which you said a moment ago when you said we have to make sure to anchor this in the broad base of society. The tools which has created the revolution to anchor things in society is politics. And it's not against bottom-up initiatives from companies, but I think it's part of the truth to recognize that what we need is a cooperational understanding so that politics shouldn't just be seen as regulation, but some regulation, and the dynamics and the creative spirit of business, those two need to be mutually fruitful, show each other what to do. We're a scientific research institute and we're looking at the problems, looking at also on the problems which remain. And there is a certain calculation for that. Obviously, these externalities, we call them, are being internalized, increasingly actually, but there are still many of these problems. Human rights, for example, it's something which is very difficult. You can translate into a price that is to be internalized. I can only say we can only adopt the lowest common denominator. That's not a good idea. Or instead, we need to look at things like the Supply Chain Act and try and lift it to the European level. Is it possible that the European Union, largest market, one of the largest in the world, with lots of large-scale companies, and it worked with data protection when the EU became a global standard setter, creating a homogeneous framework for European companies. We should do that here as well. And that way, maybe when we have this new administration in the United States, there is an opportunity to put it on a genuinely broad basis. To just believe that, happily, business has a broader understanding, it's not that everything will happen on its own with lots of win-win situations. I think the gaps are too big for that. So I'm coming back to Mr. Schmid, who I didn't want to have speak a moment ago. We talked about the Supply Chain Act a moment ago. Whenever I talk to businesses, that is a major factor, and it definitely isn't something which everybody welcomes happily, saying, oh, how pleased we are about it. How do you see it? Would you also say, great? I mean, particularly for larger companies, there is a certain level of complexity coming from that, which makes the international market more difficult. Human rights, labor standards should always be central to our thinking, to the way in which we work. It should be part of sustainability work in companies where sustainability is core. So it should be centrally anchored within our companies. So we should do our own homework as corporate leaders. So clearly we haven't done everything right in the past, otherwise there would have been no need for the Supply Chain Act. And I see in other regions, maybe in the UK or in Australia, more regulation of this type will follow. And that's because we companies don't do our homework properly, making sure we act responsibly. Human rights should always be central to what we're doing. So I actually welcome it when the political level intervenes and does something. Where things will get difficult, and we have technology companies here with Google and SAP, we'll have to be very responsible, even sort of ahead of time, because we can't expect politics with the technical dynamics we see that they can develop laws and adapt them accordingly. We have so much rapid progress, for example, in the field of artificial intelligence. Even in our companies, we sometimes have ethical principles we want to do. We implement that in guidelines and standards. We want to give people the tools to do it properly. I mean, we want to develop something which can be used for good and not for something which will be misused. And the same is true for politics. They can't always foresee what will happen, but they should also have trust and allow a certain pragmatism. There are some things with the EU taxonomy, for example, which definitely overtaxes companies, and the Supply Chain Act has elements of that as well. And if you allow me one more sentence, because at least in part, people always say big companies can afford to do it. I often find small and medium-sized businesses inspiring because they are thinking in a humane and sustainable way, because they think of generations and not financial quarters. So their sustainability is embedded into the business. Now, right at the end, I would like to talk about something which played a role already, that managers are no longer measured by profit, but by whether they have taken stakeholders into account, whether they've been more holistic. Do you think this will happen one day? And if so, when? That managers and companies will be assessed by the impact they will leave on overall society, I think that will definitely come, because it's already a concrete subject of an EU initiative which is being debated now and will be elaborated before the end of the year. So yes. And they'll also discuss which sustainability skills at the levels of boards of management and supervisory boards will have to be established and proved. So we've just heard from Mr. Ostermoor on sustainability issues and the gap. And in the spring, we had some examples where very strong shareholder groups didn't simply nod board members through and report them. ExxonMobil is one example. So they pushed their own views through. On that basis, I think, yes, we will see a change. But I agree with what Mr. Schmidt said. We have to think from the impact side. We have to think pragmatically and be focused on impact. And a company is still a company. A company is not a charitable organization. Ideally, the two are more congruent, because both the company, the people who live there and who profit from it, the interests should also be equal to the interests of society. But I don't want us to talk about discrepancies here, of a shared vision. That's a lovely vision, which I think we can indeed all share. So that is the lesson we learned from this panel. Thanks very much for this debate, and I hope in the stream there'll be lots more such inspiring and informative panels. Thanks for being with us.
Die Wirtschaft steht vor großen Herausforderungen.
Business is facing great opportunities and challenges, which need to be shaped in a way that is both economical and innovative. Mr. Haas of Telefonica is with me. Thank you. What does your sector do for Germany as a future location? I think we are the trampoline for society as the ICT sector. The better our nets are, as it were, the better we can all jump. We are currently in the phase of investment, extending 5G, closing the last blank spots on the landscape as far as 4G is concerned. So we're doing really well. And of course, we hope that digitization and growth can thus be facilitated. The future will speak 5G. To what extent will small and medium-sized businesses, industrial companies in Germany benefit from rolling out this new technology? Oh, they will profit in a variety of ways. 5G offers lots of new opportunities. On the one hand, all things can be connected online. Up to a square meter, more than 1 million devices, sensors, or whatever you have can be connected. But on the other hand, industrial performance will be improved. When we're talking high-precision technology in production and other fields, 5G nets will, in the future, do control and functional jobs, making us more efficient and allowing us to produce higher qualities.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen zu
Hello and a warm welcome to a web talk where we will immerse ourselves in the digital world and asking what actually is freedom in the digital world and how to manage business responsibility in the digitalized society, what it means and how to orient ourselves. I'm looking forward to our panelists. Let us welcome the two gentlemen who are with us remotely. That's Professor Traugott Jennichen, social ethicist of the Protestant faculty of the Bochum University, co-author of Freedom Digital. Then we're looking forward to Bishop Anton Losinger, who is a prebendary bishop from the Diocese of Augsburg. And he is also vicar responsible for the bishop for bio and social ethics. Looking forward also to the Brandenburg head of the FDP, chairing the integration policy, the internal committee, and a member of the Protestant Church of Germany's Synod, highest decision-making body. Looking forward also to Dr. Hans-Toni Junius, CD Welzow, CEO and partner, a German traditional company producing steel strip. We're looking forward to what we will hear from you. To all of you, one starting question before we go into more economic detail. What, Ms. Teuteberg, is freedom in the digital world? Well, it means a lot of opportunities, more choice, greater flexibility, and linked to this, as far as I'm concerned, responsibility. Deciding responsibly where it makes sense to make do without a physical meeting, to save on travel, protect the environment. But where is it better to have a personal exchange, to be on-site, a physical presence? So there are many areas where it's important to responsibly weigh pros and cons, which option to choose, how to deal with the freedom you have. Freedom also means how to deal with other people, right? Oh, certainly. And I think it's very responsible to consider, will I more often ask myself, well, what I'm writing here, would I actually say that to somebody who I meet face to face? These simple rules of courtesy, I think, would also relax the tone online. Professor Jennichen, what does freedom in the digital world mean to you? Well, there are possibilities which are being shown up through digitization, and what matters is to shape freedom. And from a Christian angle, part of freedom is we follow the needs of our partners and the world around us. So freedom should also be seen in the sense of self-determination, be able to act and decide individually but responsibly within a room for maneuver which will benefit others, your neighbors and your environment. Dr. Losinger, for you? For me, freedom is one of the most decisive elements of what makes a human being. A human being without freedom is unthinkable in his or her dignity. And so, particularly with a view to the dramatic opportunities that digitized technology provides us, the aspect of freedom should be its innermost part. We see already how digital methods are stringently restricting freedom. I think most people who read the newspapers should be aware of some elements of a child Chinese policy where digital identification of people is used to sanction behavior and thereby restricting freedom. I keep to the Constitution as the basic point of reference for freedom and solidarity as an expression of the dignity of man. Mr. Junius, entrepreneurial freedom is necessary to really get a company to move forward into the future, and digital technology allows automation. It allows processes that are recurring processes to be lifted to another level of quality, thereby providing relief to people, giving them more room to flourish privately as well as professionally. And this is also the point where digitization can create amazing freedom. But this freedom needs to be used in a sense of responsibility for the company. The quality of work will improve, which also helps appreciate people, and the control efforts can be done differently. But on the other hand, one's own work will be more demanding, and I think very interesting job descriptions will be created. This is the reverse side of the coin and the more negative aspects that will come with digitization. Your Eminence, in this round, we happily have an entrepreneur. We want to talk about sustainable and responsible way of working. How do you define responsible business in a digital world? What would you like to see? What are you hoping for? First, for us in the Federal Republic of Germany, speaking as somebody who is an ethicist of business, these are the basic categories which the value framework of a social market economy provides us. That includes entrepreneurial freedom, it includes efficiency, which is inherent in this system, and it also includes a welfare care for broad parts of societies, and it includes a social security network. On the other hand, I do also recognize all the different aspects of responsibility that are part and parcel of it within the social market economy, which ultimately mean we have a chance to live a life worth living. As far as digital technology is concerned, for companies, by now, we've seen a dramatic expansion of opportunities. Economic efficiency has increased considerably, while, on the other hand, it has become more susceptible. For example, you see that bots from outside can paralyze pipelines or power plants entirely, and that poses completely new digital challenges for companies. Professor Jennichen, how do you imagine the idea of business with responsibility in the digital age? We always need to distinguish different levels. First, the social market economy aspect. I fully underline what Bishop Losinger said. Just because of digital companies, there is a certain trend to monopolies, which can also endanger economic freedom. We take the big monopolies of the PR market, for example. With a view to the companies themselves, individual companies, I believe it is crucially important to have a culture of change in trust. So through information, education, transparency, employees have to be taken on board and carried into this change in which they can genuinely participate, so that the freedom they have can be extended, particularly during work, and used responsibly. As far as the Christian idea of life is concerned, self-determination is important. People shouldn't just be a cog in machinery. Instead, people should be responsible, thinking colleagues. In this sense, there are many opportunities to realize this through digital change. But there also has to be a corresponding culture and education processes for it. How does the FDP define this, Ms. Teuteberg? What would you do? For us, it's very important that we first of all realize the opportunities of digitization and then create the framework conditions allowing us to use these opportunities. The pandemic has shown us that, sadly, our country has done too little and has lost ground. For us, education is a very important subject, irrespective of digitization, and yet it showed us how important a holistic approach is. Not just talk about infrastructure and broadband access, however important this may be, or the technical equipment of schools, all very important. But we also need to reskill and upskill teachers so they know how to deal with these matters. In other words, that they're able to use digital, including digital tools, and individually help children. One example. But of course, for that, you need to first of all identify opportunities, then face up to the challenge and say, digitization has a profound impact on changing our lives. We have to accept it and then shape it with responsibility. Would you demand a ministry for digital transformation? And if that were to happen, which jobs should that ministry have? What should it look like and what should it do? Well, certainly we would like the ministry to have a more holistic approach. It doesn't make sense to have a digitization commission on every ministry. Instead, we should recognize that there are so many aspects of society which are important and affected, infrastructure, broadband, but how to arrange training, reskilling and upskilling, lifelong learning. We want to make sure that people have the opportunity to find new jobs, move somewhere else and do something which digital change makes actually imperative, particularly when structural change is happening. For that, we need a changed education system with better education, further education system also for the not-so-young people. We need a much better digitized public administration so that things can happen more rapidly and with less difficulties for people. We should promote and not stop or make difficult to start a company. And to that end, it's good to bundle all these issues and to see that this government sees we need to have a holistic approach. We just talked about the Christian idea of man. Does that play a role in your company, Mr. Junius? Well, a family-run business, how I represent mine. Our family is now 6th generation managing this business. So our idea is not to maximize profit, but to create prosperity for all stakeholders. That means the employees and their families very much, particularly in the pandemic. That was something we practiced very strongly. Even our trainees, they looked after the pensioners and brought them food and things like that. In a family business, that sort of thing works. And the social responsibility is something, maybe you can call it a Christian responsibility, but we do take that seriously. But of course, the head of the company, the family leading the company, needs to recognize it and act like that. It actually gives you a sense of orientation when it comes to important entrepreneurial decisions to be made. And every day almost you have to make difficult decisions. That includes the digital. And if I may go back to this, digitalization has brought us amazing progress for our company. I don't think we'd be where we are now if we hadn't been able to move right to the top of the queue in digitization. So it's a question how to do it, just the question whether to do it, it's a question how to do it. Because it really improved the quality of work. We have significantly better quality results. We have very little wastage. Energy efficiency is extraordinarily high. The energy consumption of the company can be optimized, and we can work in a resource-saving way. And another important factor, companies also connect with each other, customer and supplier. I mean, we're working in a network of companies. All of us are connected. And that avoids a situation where you have stocks which are kept or buffers which are kept, which would just end up waste if not used later. So I think somehow this is an overall approach where people are in it as human beings, and of course they need their own sense of where they are and how they are to make it work.
We've talked about change culture. Can you describe a bit more what's going on in your company? You say it's the 6th generation. You've probably always had change in your family. But how do you approach it? I think the great advantage of my profession is that you are constantly changing. There are always new technologies, there are always young people coming into the company. It's like oxygen and water, enriching life. But you have to have the right attitude, of course. Having a company, it's a great opportunity. The people who come in are like fertilizer. They bring impetus in from outside. I know when I was running companies, we also founded a company in China where we had a leadership position. We have a Chinese factory which people love working for. 2 or 3 Germans, the rest are Chinese, and they don't feel at all threatened by state surveillance. They say, no, they feel protected. That's their view of things. And because we are networked, because we have those systems, from my office I can look to see what our subsidiaries are doing in other countries. What problems do they have? We have very direct communications, which you couldn't do in the old days. Because I remember my father, when he had a telex machine and it would start rattling away when one of his export managers wanted to send him a report from abroad. Of course, it all happens so much more quickly these days and directly. We can't do without digitalization now. So that's corporate freedom for you as well. Yes, it's part of your ability to be an architect of your world, but you have to be critical too, because there are disadvantages. If people are very much devoted to digitalization and they never leave their screens, their smartphones, and human relationships dwindle. For churches, this is a huge problem. And then I would say that even in a company, professional life doesn't work. So what is a responsible citizen or a responsible company for you? Someone who reflects, who determines their own path, who understands their own responsibility. You just mentioned China, and to say that, of course, our systems are competing. There are countries like China and Russia, and we want to not only preserve our values, but show that they are contemporary, that we can reinterpret them. We've heard that there are hazards as a result of concentrations of economic power, platform economy, but of course, our party is very much an advocate of the free market, and we need regulation to ensure that such monopolies are limited in platforms of this kind. We want digital companies around the world to contribute their fair share of tax. I think it's important to say that. And in the social market economy, it's important for the state to be an arbiter, but not a member of one of the teams. And it's very important that the moral quality of market economy is efficient, which means that we can afford a lot of the things that we want, culture, education, climate protection. We can invest in these things. But it also means that freedom and dignity are protected. I wouldn't like a combination like in China where you have commercial liberty but not personal, not political freedom. I think these things go together. That was the idea behind the social market economy. Freedom is comprehensive. Mr. Jennichen, if we look at the 10 Commandments, which 10 Commandments might we want to apply today to the digitalized world if we're talking about the economic sector? In the digital world, we have perhaps 4 commandments which directly apply to the digitalized economy. One would be that Sunday shall be a day of rest. Through digitalization, we're seeing a shift in time structures. The rhythms of time, having calm spaces for people, where we need to open up and where we need to provide that tranquility, I think that is a question for the future. Then we have honoring thy parents. assistance systems for the elderly, care systems, which are being made possible by digitalization. That's a huge resource, enabling people to live a more dignified life in older age. And also this covers fairness between the generations and thinking about the future. That's the reverse side of that coin. We see a lot of potential in digitalization there. Thou shalt not steal. That's important. We've mentioned that a couple of times. It is a problem, I think, with data and needs to be urgently solved because there are some platforms that only function with a lot of mass of people taking part. And these monopolies are both economically important and politically important. Sometimes there's no controlling them, and it's hard to influence them. And then thou shalt not covet. Talking about the consumer world, it's fantastic for consumers that you only have to click on a mouse and you can have all these things at once. But of course, for a lot of people, there's a danger there. And even consuming needs to be based on a sense of freedom and responsibility. So those 4 commandments, I would say, from our perspective, have a great relevance to digitalized economies and show how relevant those old commandments are in offering guidance for our culture. Bishop Losinger, we've spoken a lot about digital business opportunities. And digital business opportunities means a huge data flow. And we've just talked about what can be done with that data. What data you think needs to be protected in this digitalized economy? And where should the boundaries be? For example, if we're talking about measuring the consumer. If you look at the various sectors and the development potential for human beings, there are a number of components which involve a lot of personal data. And there the protection is essential. For example, health. On the German Ethics Council, we had a very long position paper that we formulated on how we deal with data, which includes all these observations about how modern genetic tests result in a huge amount of data which offer individuals great new opportunities for healing, for dealing with sickness. We have complete new opportunities there, new treatments. We have imaging processes which can pick up skin cancer. We have digitalized genetic diagnostics, which means that we can anticipate cancer later on in life. But one result of this study is that all these data sets are very personal, and they need to be protected because they protect the sphere of personality of that individual. So the approach we came up with on the Ethics Council was personal digital freedom and digital protection for every patient. So, Ms. Teuteberg, what is the balance then between business or in the competitive world and protecting personal data? Well, of course, we have to publicize our definitions, our interpretations internationally. We think it's important to a free society. And we also need to constantly look closely at what we ourselves are doing. Where do we need to protect people? Are these data too intimate? And where is networking important for people? The better we can do that in setting up regulation that is practicable in everyday life, the more we'll be able to convince other people in the world that maybe they want similar regulations. And for that, we need urgently a lot more international collaboration on things like competition rules, taxing big companies, and platform economies. Mr. Junius, how does your company go about network data and misinformation or cyber attacks. What challenges are you seeing now as a company in this digitalized world? Well, of course, our data and our company need to be protected, and these attacks from cyberspace are so diverse, they're always coming up with new things. You need specialists to support the company. There's a huge risk. It's a new form of crime. And aside from that, there is the problem that individuals can be attacked individually through the network. I think that's one of the big problems that we need to tackle. But of course, that's not just a task for companies, but for the experts themselves. I think there's a great opportunity here that the world of work can be shaped in positive ways for employees, for citizens. I'm thinking of the opportunities to work at home, which we've made a lot of use of at our company. And if, for example, you're a single mother and your child is ill, and sometimes such people are happy to be able to do these things from home. I'm remembering what Professor Jenichen said about having Sundays off as a day of rest, because, of course, I also tend to sit on my laptop on Sundays. We need to be critical about that, and that's a problem with working from home, that people need to be able to separate work from private life, and they need enough time for their private life. And sometimes that leads to a completely new discussion with your employer. We need to be responsible about that. We need young people as well. We need these new ideas to come in, to point the way forward. So I'm so pleased that we can talk with you and listen to your ideas and your input. I could imagine that you think with younger people working for you, you might want to say, switch off your laptop, switch off the mobile. Yes, there are people who love these things, and you can see them walking down the pavement staring at their iPhones, like a little idol, really hooked on their programs and games. But we're talking about working, aren't we, 24/7? Yes, they send their messages, their emails, they think they've done their work, instead of concentrating or fostering human communication, which is so important in our life. Because you can only be good at your job, at your profession, if you know how to communicate with people, if I agree on things with them and then implement those things. You can't do that just digitally. Miss Teuteberg, what role do you think the churches can play here? I think it's a good thing if they fulfill their central task, which is pastoral work and spiritual encouragement, like with so many other developments in the history of humanity. Digitalization can be tackled with our gift for freedom and for reason. Encourage people, recognize opportunities, be sensitive to the risks, and take responsibility in decisions. Professor Jenichen, how do you see that for your church? What role do you think it can play? I can only support what Ms. Teuteberg just said. One important task that we have as a church is that we want to provide guidance, ethical guidance, and especially when such big transformations are underway, people are looking for orientation, for guidance. We have the Bible, our great treasure. We've just mentioned the commandments, and we try to show how relevant and interesting it is to seek guidance from these biblical ideas in designing our life and taking responsibility for social processes. Bishop Losinger, what about your church? Is digitalization also incurring a kind of transparency pressure for you? As a church, of course, above all, we are ourselves players in this field, especially when you look at sectors driven by COVID-19, like education, communication, service type companies, if you can call them that, where we're having to learn a great deal and develop ourselves. But at the same time, of course, a church, if we're not transparent, then we're a no-name. People won't take us seriously. Transparency, openness, honesty must be criteria for us. And looking now at the dialogue between the church and society and researchers, today and tomorrow, the Max Planck Society is meeting, and I'm a member of that. And our annual conference will be inviting along top-ranking scientists. And I'm always amazed and interested to see that these conversations with scientists and the value structures that they base their research on. And again, time has flown. Thank you so much for taking part in this discussion. I think all of us have food for thought, which we will take with us. So all the best to you, including to our viewers on the live stream. Let's look forward to the next session.
Die Wirtschaft steht vor großen Umbrüchen, die innovativ und fortschrittlich.
Major transformations in economic which need to be innovative and sustainable. I have Carla Krivet here. Hello, Ms. Krivet. The house appliance sector, how can you support this transformation? Well, with our innovative products. For example, today, if you want to wash up, you need 117 liters of water. If you have a modern dishwasher, you only need 10 liters. And you save more than 60% energy. But there are more greener models now. We also have our Blue Movement, where we can enable consumers to hire from us rather than buying the device, and then we can take it back when they're finished with it and give them a new one. So home appliances of the future, what technologies will they be using? Well, domestic appliances can communicate. One of my favorite apps is when my teenage children say over their phones that the washing machine's finished and is ready to be hung up. I can tell my teenagers that as well. Or it tells them how long to warm up the oven. Or with the dishwasher, you can include a camera in there to see how long it's going to take and how much soap or detergent or whatever we need. So there are lots of little improvements. In technological terms, we have a little system, a mini computer that can pass on artificial intelligence.
Thank you for joining this special interview portion of our TDI program, where we have the opportunity to drill down in particular on one topic, namely sustainable industrial development and how to achieve it worldwide. Now, we have the opportunity now to go into a special conversation on how to ensure sustainable industrial development be a part of the economic recovery. And we have a conversation led by Dr. Joachim Lang. He's the Federation of German Industries Director General, the BDI is the host of this conference, and he will be leading this discussion with Li Yong, Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, or UNIDO. Dr. Lang, I will give the screen now to you.
Thank you, Sumi, and welcome to our conference. Poverty remains one of the major issues that needs to be tackled, and the corona pandemic has increased the situation for the first time in 20 years. So how can we help to reduce this gap?
You are correct. The issue of global poverty has worsened due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which disrupted global value chains, halt industrial production in many locations, threatening the survival of many micro, small, medium enterprises, backbone of our economies in the world. And the forthcoming UNIDO Industrial Development Report 2022, addressing the future of industrialization in the post-pandemic world, finds that a minimum of 225 million people lost jobs worldwide, and it also estimates the global GDP fell by around 3.3%, and that 120 million additional people fell into poverty. The world recorded a decline of more than 40% of global foreign direct investment flows. Those are the sobering figures, numbers. And we are not out of the woods yet. Many developing countries have yet to receive their stocks of vaccines and face the risk of second and third wave. In this regard, we must ensure the vaccine production is further ramped up with a fair and a transparent distribution across the country. That means the world. And I just follow in the recommendation of our sister agency, WHO. And we know that industrialization is a driving engine of the job creation and the social transformation. It has lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty in the history. It is no coincidence that countries become high-income countries without focusing on industrial policy, industrial development. Industrial development enables countries and their people to take charge of their own destiny through the enhanced productivity. In the process, enables increase in the values, wages, social mobility. As jobs are created, industrial development is an inclusive process benefiting groups such as women, young people, migrants, and the rural populations, help ensure that no one is left behind. So it is thus logical, and many governments and trade blocs have announced major industrial policy strategies focusing on the industrial development in recent years. That the 2030 Sustainable Development Goal recognizes industrial policy, industrial strategy, and their related investment, trade, or labor policies. Those are the very important feature of the country to move ahead with poverty reduction, economic growth also. That is the importance of the industrial development at this juncture. Thank you.
Thank you. And how does your organization, how does UNIDO help the member states to implement inclusive and sustainable industrial development?
Thank you for this question. UNIDO is only organization among UN family focusing on inclusive, sustainable industrial development. So we implement this mandate to our member countries for poverty reduction. In line with aims of Sustainable Development Goals, Goal 9, promoting inclusive, sustainable industrialization within this global framework, you need to advocate for the inclusive and sustainable industrial development. In short, it's ISID, which addresses all the dimensions of sustainable development to support social equity, the social benefits, economic growth, environmental protection, and the strengthening of the knowledge and the institutions. The social dimensions of ISID is driven by the principle of leaving no one behind. ISID offers equal opportunity for all countries and all people, particularly women and youth, especially in developing countries. UNIDO's technical cooperation support is geared towards fostering structural transformation, particularly in countries that are at relatively low income level, thereby enhancing food security, stimulating economic growth, and reducing poverty in a sustainable manner. The sustainability dimension of ISID is implemented through the building integrated resource efficiency, cleaner production systems, and reducing the environmental impact of industrialization. Now we're carrying out decarbonization of industry while creating pathways to a circular economy. With expertise built up over decades of UNIDO, the organization plays a pivotal role in helping governments meet their decarbonization targets. As a part of the ISRD dimension of economic growth and competitiveness, UNIDO's technical assistance harnessing technological change, digitalization, innovation as a means to create new market opportunities to reduce the digital divide between the developed and developing countries. The organization helps to build the business skills and foster a more entrepreneur-friendly environment. That means a sound environment for business. UNIDO's support seeks to create skilled jobs, enhancing the developmental impact of the private sector activities, and also supporting the integration of SMEs into national and global value chains through the quality and the standards. Finally, UNIDO also responds dramatically to changing global context. As highlighted in our 2020 annual report, UNIDO responded quickly in February 2020 to the pandemic and recalibrated its technical cooperation support to address or mitigate the most calamitous consequences of COVID-19 pandemic. This includes, for example, launch of COVID-19 Industrial Recovery Program, which provides emergency response assistance to support the government with restructuring of their industrial sector in the recovery period. And also detailed programs being carried out to support member countries in this respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's get to the developing countries. How can they profit from emerging technologies and innovation and create jobs?
This is a very important question related to UNIDO's core business to support developing countries connected to the new industrial revolution. Before addressing possible solutions, I just would like to mention the significant digital divide that exists already. This is a challenge for all of us. The UNIDO Industrial Development Report 2020 found that prior to COVID-19, just 10 economies in the world account for over 90% of patents and 70% of exports associated with advanced innovation. Meanwhile, the 88 developing countries have yet to tap in the fourth industrial revolution, which means lots of new technologies, either as producer or consumer of advanced technology. In this connection, developing countries are not short of talented innovators, entrepreneurs, or companies, but they often lack the financial support to realize their innovative potential and face structural barriers to entering the market, global market. UNIDO assists them to scale up their capacities through the technical assistance, policy guidance, standard setting, training, upskilling, and through the partnership initiatives. We have rolled out several interventions in developing countries in past years. For instance, we deployed blockchain to enhance the traceability and quality in cassava value chain in Ghana. Also in Kenya, we using Internet of Things, IoT, enhance the geothermal energy company for operations, for management. Another example is in Namibia, the harnessing satellite imaging, we have to fight bush encroachment and improve the food security in the country. In this context of COVID-19, we also use robotics to deliver essential supplies and medical goods to hospital workers in China. And one more example is that we help African countries in agriculture production using the drone system to monitor insects, irrigation, and doing the pesticides. We know that we can go further. Investment in digital infrastructure are vital. Statistics from our counterparts in ITU, International Telecommunication Union, shows that while 85% of Europeans have home internet access, it's quite common, that falls just to 14% in Africa, even less in rural Africa. The training and upscaling are also crucial, as the school children of today will work in the more digitalized labor market. Our learning and knowledge development facility we created for training provides the workers in developing countries with relevant skills to adapt and to become future-proof. And building capacities for MSMEs is especially important, as they make up over 90% of all firms, yet they often lack access to financing, digital skills, qualified employees, and dedicated support packages, partnering and monitoring and mentoring are vital to enabling them to modernize their industrial operations. Another point is that technology transfer is also a vital mechanism to allow firms in developing countries to access advanced innovations. UNIDO's investment technology promotion network, including our office in Bonn, Germany, acts as a link between developing countries and technology providers in high-income countries to enable better market access. Those are just a few examples of UNIDO's operation support our member countries moving ahead with their agenda and new technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. You personally have a very strong background in finance. So now the pandemic has had a very negative impact on the world economy. So what do you recommend that governments must do to come back to sustainable recovery?
Thank you for mentioning my background. It is very important for government to take steps. Firstly, I believe that it is imperative that we accelerate vaccination efforts in developing countries. It is not sustainable that as of 2021, April 2021, the high-income countries had received 87% of vaccine stocks, while the least developed countries received just 0.2%. Of course, the situation now become better, but still need lots of efforts. Vaccine nationalism and the hoarding of vaccines is a fertile endeavor. We cannot declare the pandemic over until every country and region is safe, and continue the international development cooperation, the enhancement of multilateralism, global solidarity, etc., continues to be essential. Our societies are built on international trade and mobility of people. And as long as the pandemic is not controlled, the virus will not stop at our borders. And business, manufacturing activities, mobility of people are blocked. Secondly, we must take what step we can to avoid such a global disruption in future. It's a painful lesson for all the country, for global community. It will be vital to enhance global trust to allow cross-border production trade, because now we call it recover, sustainable greener recovery. The production and the trade cross-border is so important for all the countries, international community to come back. It is necessary to build a strong quality infrastructure in this connection. I just would like to emphasize this. Enhancing standards, implementing mutually understood certification, accreditation, building robust metrology. This is a unique expertise of UNIDO, supporting our countries with this important trade capacity building quality infrastructure. UNIDO has already published a new laboratory policy which promotes a good governance to positively and substantially contribute to the UN Sustainable Development Goals as envisaged by 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Thirdly, the policy measures are necessary to incentivize firms to repurposing their productive activities, to switch their manufacturing lines to produce critical COVID-19 supplies as a temporary solution in the crisis. This is something already done by the many countries. We help them to do this. This means that investment into R&D, technology upgrading, scaling, and reskilling are critical. And these are the instruments for developing countries to keep up with the pace of growth of new industrial revolution, like fourth industrial revolution. Developing countries also should have the aspiration and the confidence to be part of and to shape this revolution through a thriving dynamic segment of entrepreneurs in IT development, digital industries, biotechnologies, fintech, other related sectors at the forefront. SMEs, particularly those led by women, have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. Digitalization and the use of technology could help these small businesses to survive the economic downturn now and to build resilience continuously. However, greater efforts are needed to overcome the existing digital and gender gaps. Fourthly, we must also not squander some of the environmental benefits that have occurred due to the pandemic, which falls in carbon emissions, pollutions, and smog, promoting circular economy approaches, green innovations, nature-inspired and converging technologies, new materials, energy, and resource efficiency will be vital. Such practices are not simply good for the environment, but to make a good business sense to as consumers and processing industries are increasingly mindful about the environmental footprint of their consumption and production patterns. This is a kind of experience or lessons gained from our support to our member countries. So the sustainability of the industrial development is critical, and also global trade and manufacturing, cross-border support is so important for a country to come back.
Thank you very much, Director General. And with this, I give back to Sumi.
Thank you, Mr. Yong and Dr. Lang, for that conversation. We hope you enjoyed it as well. Don't forget to share your comments, your thoughts with us on social media. You can find us on Facebook, Twitter, all the usual social media channels, and use our hashtags TDI21 and Choicing the New. And if you enjoyed that interview conversation, we have another for you coming right up on the challenges facing NATO. So don't go away, and we'll be right back in just a moment.
Die Wirtschaft steht vor einem großen Umbruch, der innovativ und fortschrittlich gestaltet werden soll. Robert Meyer ist jetzt bei mir von der DATEV. Hallo, Herr Meyer, ich grüße Sie. Europa und Deutschland hinkt in der Digitalisierung noch etwas hinterher. Ist das nur ein Problem für kleine und mittelständische
Mr. Meyer is with me. Europe is still lagging behind digitization. Is it a problem for small or for large companies? I would have said for both, because the digital transformation, that is something we've seen over months, is a game changer. Given all this, I believe a national and international exercise in strength is going to be necessary to catch up. Looking at small SMEs, but particularly small companies, looking at the number, it's 3.5 million companies in Germany which are SMEs, and far more than 90% are small, medium-sized. So that makes clear how important it is to take them with us, not just in the front end. In other words, We've seen that in the pandemic where there was a problem too, but it has to apply to the back end or the commercial processes as well. All of that needs to be tackled. There is a lot of potential behind it all, but I think if we all speak with one voice, do the same thing, it'll work. Gaia X is the new cloud-based open data project at the European level. To what extent can mid-sized businesses, small business benefit too? I think there are 3 points altogether where the mid-sector really profits. First, as a provider, Gaia X is a standardized system. It's a platform. And there are certain sort of frameworks that are decided in advance. And as a specialized IT service provider, I can offer new services that might open up completely new markets. So it's not just the national market, but the complete pan-European market I can have an eye on. So given the whole framework background, it'll be easier than in the past. Second, services. A company that requires services, well, as part of this framework on these standards, it's going to be much easier to have recourse to certified services. And that brings me to a third point, there is an ecosystem. And within this ecosystem, supply and demand can develop much better. So I think the pie that we'll need to share out is going to give nice pieces for everyone.
Thank you for joining us. We've just been hearing about the importance of forging a more sustainable industrial development policy, and we have a very timely discussion for you now. We know that NATO members have been meeting to reassert the importance of the alliance and also reinvigorate the transatlantic bond. And we have a conversation now with the Deputy Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Mircea Joana, who is joining us from Brussels. And he will be in conversation with Mr. Wolfgang Niedermack, who is a member of the Executive Board at the Federation of German Industries. Now, before Mr. Niedermack leads this discussion, Mr. Joana will get us underway with a statement. So, Mr. Joana, I'll hand the screen over to you now.
Thank you so much, Sumi, and thank you for the kind introduction. Wolfgang, thank you, and BDE for hosting these industry days. And the title of our conversation today asks how a more global NATO can provide security in the future. And I'm here to say that this is the business of our alliance. We've been providing for more than 7 decades security for now close to 1 billion citizens in 30 NATO nations quite effectively. We've done this in the past, and we are now preparing to do the same thing for the future. And it's a great pride for anyone working for NATO or living in a NATO nation to know that we are the most successful alliance in history. And this was reaffirmed solemnly by our leaders just 2 days ago. Which are the key ingredients to our enduring success? First, it's our unity. The fact that we are a unique organization, a group of 30 nations across the Atlantic in Europe and North America. Secondly, our ability to adapt to a rapidly changing world. And, oh yes, this is a rapidly changing world we are living in. And also our values, because that's, in the end, the values we all share are the glue of what we are. And this was basically, if you want, in a nutshell, the political and instrumental decisions that our leaders have taken at the summit. This was a very important summit for our alliance. Sometimes we call it a pivotal moment for our security, now and in the future. Because a time when we face growing global competition and complex threats to our security is here, including Russia and China's challenges to the rules-based international order, brutal terrorism, sophisticated cyber attacks, disruptive technologies, and indeed, climate change. So at the summit, we agreed on a very ambitious agenda through the NATO 2030 initiative that Secretary General Stoltenberg initiated in order to continue to keep our people safe and free now and in the future. Faced with a more competitive world, we agreed to enhance our unity and cohesion, strengthening NATO as the unique and this indispensable forum for Europe and North America to ensure our shared security, deciding, consulting, and acting together, and reinforcing our military posture by continuing to increase the readiness of our forces, modernize our capabilities, and invest more in our collective defense. In a complex world, we agreed to broaden our approach to security. And I think this is also important for the private sector and industry, because the definition we are used to have on security has now broadened, and the pandemic has only added new ingredients, new dimensions, new complexities to this very definition of security. So we will work together to set national goals to increase the resilience of our societies, of our infrastructure and supply chains. And Germany, a huge powerhouse economically and export-driven economy, you're also very much keen to be part of this conversation. We launched a new Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic to boost transatlantic cooperation on new technologies. I'm chairing the Innovation Board in NATO, and I know the importance of being able to adopt new technologies, and many of the new technologies are now produced and conceptualized in the private sector, so we need to work as NATO, both with industry, but also with academia and our fantastic innovation ecosystems. We also decided to create a multinational opt-in innovation fund to support startups working on emerging and disruptive technologies. We heard around the NATO table at the summit a number of nations already expressing interest to contribute to this new innovation fund. Also something which is very much in the news, and this is something that was part of the discussion between the US president in Cornwall at the G7, here at the NATO summit, the US-EU high-level discussions, and also, I'm convinced, the Geneva talks between President Biden and President Putin. Cyber is one of the most complex, controversial, and competitive domains in today's world. This is why allies agreed at our summit on a new cyber policy to ensure we have the capabilities and the political mechanisms and consultations that allow us to effectively prevent and respond, if needed, to malicious cyber activities. An important part of the summit agenda was also further work to strengthen the resilience we have in the alliance. Some of you might know that we have been embarking on resilience indicators for the last 5-6 years, and now we are stepping up our game. And of course, resilience is mostly a national, or in the case of federal countries like Germany, also at state level prerogative. But we believe that doing also things collectively, learning from each other, investing in our common resilience is something that is useful, and that's why our leaders decided to further boost our work in resilience. Because resilience is our first line of defense. 90% of military transport and 70% of military communications depend upon robust civilian infrastructure and services. We need to make sure that our societies, our supply chains, our infrastructure, our telecommunication systems are more resistant to hostile pressure and able to recover rapidly from shocks. Resilience is also key to pushing back on potential adversaries who use a broad range of military, political, and economic tools to try to weaken our societies and undermine Allied security. NATO already plays an important role in bolstering resilience, including by setting minimum standards of resilience for allies. Hence, we, together with nations and here in NATO, will take a broader and more coordinated approach to resilience and have agreed to develop national resilience plans based on clearer and more measurable allies-wide resilience objectives. Also, allies have agreed to designate a senior official in national governments to drive forward national efforts and to enhance and streamline consultations within NATO. We also agreed to set the gold standard on addressing the security implications of climate change at our summit. I'm personally very happy, and Secretary General Stoltenberg is very proud of the fact that our leaders approved an action plan to look into, on the one side, how can we mitigate, anticipate, and react to the security implications of climate change, and also to make sure that our militaries significantly reduce military emissions and contribute us to the important goals set internationally. In a more contested world, we agreed to step up our support to upholding the rule-based order, another very important deliverable of our summit. Because we decided, and leaders approved, to significantly boost and deepen our existing partnerships. And I will say that NATO's strategic partnership with the European Union is of the utmost importance to us. I'm also dealing on SecGen's behalf on NATO-EU, and we know that we will be doing more things together. We also need to embrace and work even closer with our partners in the Asia-Pacific, Australia, Japan, New Zealand, and South Korea, and to continue to harness and broaden our existing partnerships all over the world. We have more than 40 nations partners of NATO, but we'll need to explore even new engagements in Africa, in Latin America, in Asia. We also substantially need to step up our training and capacity building support for partners. This is a way to increase stability on our borders. And finally, this is probably the most strategic decision of our leaders at the summit. They agreed, and we agreed, to develop NATO's next strategic concept. I would like to thank Germany and Thomas de Maizière, who was one of the two co-chairs of the reflection process that, in a way, helped us and the Secretary General and our leaders to move forward on this new next strategic concept of NATO. This is why we need to recommit to our values, to reflect on the fundamental changes of the past decade in the strategic environment, to underpin our high level of ambition. This is why our leaders and allied leaders agreed that we need also something that I know is always a complex conversation, but we need the right resources, both in continuing to increase national defense spending, but also to do more in terms of common funding across all three NATO budgets, military, civil, and infrastructure. This could help support, for instance, more joint training and exercises, stronger cyber defenses, cutting-edge capabilities, and capacity building for our partners. So this is NATO 2030, an ambitious agenda to ensure that our alliance stays stronger, more ready, and more united, fit for the challenges of today, and future-proof for those of tomorrow. So we are looking forward, happy, a little bit tired after a very complex summit, but we look forward to rolling up our sleeves and putting this new agenda into action. And we are convinced that by the Madrid summit of 2022, we'll be able to deliver all the decisions that our leaders have decided to entrust us with. So thank you so much for having me, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Secretary General, Mr. Joanna. It's really a pleasure, and thank you for joining us here for this target reduction industry. I can really reassure you that we are pretty much on the same page about the size of the challenge. We cannot dig deeper in every aspect you have just described. But of course, we are well aware in the business community about the new global competitive environment. It was the BDI who came up with a paper 2 years ago when we named this competition with China as a systemic rivalry. We know that. Of course, it creates a certain dilemma for our multinational corporations in Germany, in Europe, how to deal with a potential bipolar world. We don't want to shy away from addressing this conflict, but of course we need to find answers how to still cooperate with our partners in autocratic systems in Russia and in China in particular, but still see this systemic rivalry, which you are also addressing in your strategy. So what is your expectation to the companies in this situation? How can we cooperate and still follow the same strategy, but still have our license to operate in problematic partner countries?
Thank you for the question. And this is, again, a very important conversation. And the rise of China is probably the most consequential transformation of global affairs in decades, if not centuries. So this is why NATO, in our previous strategic concept of 2010, there was not one single word about China. Even Russia was considered as a potential partner of NATO. So recognizing that the rise of China is both an opportunity, a massive country with a big economy, and of course, business opportunities. This is something which is absolutely, self-evident. But also the rise of China is also posing concerns, security concerns, many actions that they are taking, not only in China or around China, but also here in Europe and around the world, in Africa, are subjects of concern. They should be a form of adaptation to this new geopolitical reality, also from NATO, also from the EU, also from individual nations, including Germany. I do believe, and this is, I think, the key in which we should read the final communique of the NATO summit, that there is a possibility that competition and cooperation can really work together. Because competition it is. It's competition for political influence, it is competition for markets, it's competition for technological edge, it's competition amongst values between democracies and, let's say, authoritarian regimes. But this should not preclude cooperation. And I think this is the art of our leaders and our organizations and of the world, to find the right balance between competition, which will be intense, is intense or become even more intense, and cooperation on the other side. So that's why the language that you have seen in our communique, which is of course more ample than in London in 2019, when we were speaking about challenges and opportunities, now it's a little bit more specific. It's not very far from what, as you have mentioned, Wolfgang, the BDI, but also the European Union was trying to describe China as a competitor, as a partner, and as a systemic rival. So China is a big transformation, and we have to find the right issues. And I think engaging with China, convincing China to be part of the arms control architecture around the world is important. Already they are contributing to climate change. We are withdrawing from Afghanistan. I think all of us are interested, including China, including Russia, for Afghanistan not to fall again into the situation that was a safe haven for terrorism. So there is also responsibility with power. So I believe, and also the voice of Chancellor Merkel, including at the summit, was, like always, a voice of reason, a wise leader, and I think we found the right balance in our decisions and our deliberations at the summit on China.
Exactly our win. That's the same challenge for our companies. We need to find a balance. It's a balancing act. Sometimes it will create dilemmas. We are well aware that we are heading to, especially in the realm what you address as rapid new technologies, the environment we are in when it comes to hybrid threats, which is affecting not only the classical military complex, but also the companies, especially the multinational companies. You would be happy to hear that the German industry has launched a transatlantic business initiative last week in order to discuss these challenges with our transatlantic partners, which I think is a prerequisite to deal with all these issues. And it's good to hear. One of our realms we are discussing in this transatlantic business initiative is joint concepts for data transfer, data protection, innovation, and so forth in the digital world. And perhaps I don't think I have time that you can go into detail on this innovation, but I want to tell you that we are really interested in joining these efforts and supporting it and fueling it with technology and capital. And perhaps that is another field where we can join forces between the NATO and the business community in Europe and the transatlantic.
I think you're very much right. As I mentioned, I think in my first intervention, I'm chairing the innovation board in NATO. So we're working a lot on new technologies. And today, more than 90% of the innovation on technological transformations, including for military and security purposes, what they call dual-use technologies, are produced, invented, and financed by the private sector. Yeah. So for us, it is vital to engage with industry, it's vital to engage with academia, it's vital to engage not only with the big technological companies, but also with the smaller startups. And if you want, the Diana accelerator and the investment fund is also a way for us to be part of this conversation. I would be more than happy to engage institutionally with BDI on these topics. We're doing this almost daily, and why not think one of the next innovation boards for having a conversation on what can be done, and we'll be more than happy to engage into this. I'll mention one thing also, which relates also to, if you want, to arms control and to a predictable international environment, which is also very important for business. You cannot thrive, you cannot do business if you don't have security and predictability. So this is why I believe that NATO and EU and countries in Europe and North America should also try to find the new ways in which you can find the international law, norms and ethics that will be in a way regulating and enshrining norms and rules globally for AI, for data, for quantum, for biotechnology, for space. And this is where NATO we do not have the power of regulation like the EU, but we have an immense power, which is the power of standardization. Once NATO decides on a standard on anything related to security, it becomes automatically, even for our competitors, a gold standard. And I will encourage you to look into our AI strategy that my colleagues from the specialized components of NATO have been producing. And this is about AI in conflict and warfare. So you'll be seeing there how much of our values, of our ethical norms, about making sure that there is a predictable use of new technologies in defense and security is very much present. This is why NATO-EU is vital in terms of cooperation on resilience, on new technologies, on space, on climate change, on the rise of China. So I do believe that there is so much synergies between us and the private sector and academia, but also between NATO and EU. And I salute the fact that you have this council, transatlantic council, as I salute, even if it's not our direct business here in NATO, that the EU and US decided to have this trade and technology council. I think the more we harness the synergies of the transatlantic world, the better chances we'll have to have an international global system of norms, giving predictability and also assurances for private sector, for investments and for exports that will be done properly and not being abused or misused by bellline players.
Indeed, and I think a synergy is a good note there. Perhaps if I can jump in, apologies, Mr. Niedermack, we are indeed running out of time. So I think that's all we're going to be able to get to, but I think we also covered a lot of ground. So thank you both, Mr. Joanna, for making time, and Mr. Niedermack for leading that discussion. We hope you enjoyed it as well. And we're going to stay with the transatlantic theme, if you will, in a conversation coming up with Jay Timmons, who is the president of the National Association of Manufacturers in the US. So thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Die Wirtschaft steht vor großen Umbrüchen, die es gilt.
Business is
wirklich innovativ und fortschrittlich zu gestalten. Ich freue mich sehr, Sigrid Nikuta jetzt begrüßen zu dürfen. Hallo, Frau Nikuta. Schönen guten Tag. Was macht Ihre
Siegfried Kutka with us to talk about sustainability and innovation. What is your sector doing? Rail freight and DB Cargo are ensuring that transportation through Germany and through Europe is carbon neutral. We have 3,600 trains running a day across Europe, and each of these trains can replace up to 250 heavy goods trucks. So it's still a big issue, sustainability and competition as drivers for the future. Can rail help to make transport more sustainable? Well, cargo by rail is protecting the environment. In Germany, we have a huge environmental network. We have 35,000 kilometers of rail in Germany. We can use that and we should use that. And every ton that we can transport by rail automatically prevents 80 to 100% of the carbon emissions from other modes of transport. Now, you're a woman who's reached a top level of management. What's your message to the future? I've got 3 messages. The first message is cargo should go by rail. If you really take environment protection seriously, and I think we all do, needs to look at transportation chains. There are solutions for carbon neutral transport chains. And one of the most established obvious solutions is rail. The second message is if we want to ensure that Germany remains successful in the future, we need the best brains. And I think we would all agree that a good brain can be found on a woman's body or a man's body. And the good brains are pretty equally distributed. My third message is let's see these changes as opportunities. We know how to do change in Germany and we know how to shape it. We simply have to get down and do it.
Die Wirtschaft steht vor großen Umbrüchen.
So the economy confronts these great transformations. We want them to be innovative and progressive. Here's Bernd Ohnesorge. Good to see you. Mr. Ohnesorge, Siemens Healthineer uses health data for the healthcare sector to improve it. How? Yes, well, Siemens Healthineer, we do telematics, we do health portfolio, imaging, laboratory diagnostics, and now radiation therapies. So we need data processing and for the technology too. Examples are that imaging equipment is becoming increasingly intelligent, much more automated, and data is being used to support clinical decisions by the consulting physicians, also supported by the laboratory medical staff as well. But also it's generating data, and at all these levels we need to use data to make the medication more precise, to make the technology more intelligent in the interest of the patient, but the doctor is still at the core of the system. Health data is very sensitive data. Where do you see the challenges? You have to balance between security and innovation. Medical technology and the whole sector has very strong rules. When we use data, they are anonymized, and there are rules on how they can be used for medical products. It's important to make it clear to patients what the benefits of data-driven innovation is. We have very clear rules at European level and at German level, so the data that is processed is secure. It needs to be clear who's responsible for the data, and patients need to be responsible for their own personal data. But the rules are very clear. I think we need to educate people a lot to understand that industry, the institutions, can give the right treatments to doctors to help their patients.
Die Wirtschaft steht vor großen Umbrüchen, aber
the economy confronts huge challenges, but also opportunities that we can organize in sustainable, progressive ways with innovation. This is Wiebke Winter. Good to see you. Great to be here. So what do you think the future of Germany is going to be? Well, Bremerhaven's a good place. That's where I live, and we're building an ecological trading estate. We want to make much more use of renewables, and for that we need offshore wind. And with new technologies such as hydrogen, we can make the whole world carbon neutral. That's why Bremerhaven is the place for the future in Germany. What three attributes describe the promise of prosperity? One is climate neutrality, because without climate neutrality, we won't be able to be secure in our prosperity. Another is existing industry, because industry is the backbone, especially our SMEs. They're the backbone of the prosperity that we have, and we need their resources to meet that challenge. And then health, of course. Good health has been a real issue for us recently. If you're healthy, you feel good, or you have a good basis for it at least. Innovative, progressive, sustainable. That's the kind of economy we want in the future. There are huge transformations ahead, but also major opportunities. This is Jamila Schäfer from Bündnis 90, the Greens. I'm glad Jamila has time for us. Yes, thank you for the invitation. So, where is the right place to be in the future in Germany? Well, if Germany is a place for the future, I think it's important. We're the biggest industrial nation in Europe. We want to be sure that the European Union progresses and can join up the dots between climate protection, sustainability and justice, so that we have carbon neutral markets for innovative economy and democracies. At the moment, there's a very cautious relief with regard to the pandemic. From your political perspective, how do you think Germany is going to come out of the COVID crisis? I think it's really important to have the right rule of law and the right investments so that we can build those markets for the future, which will be carbon neutral, and that sectors that are particularly effective don't have to confront red tape. We need to be very clear that we want to avoid insolvencies amongst SMEs. We want an investment offensive. That's something that the Greens stand for, to make Germany fit for the future.
Katharina Wolf is jetzt.
Katharina Wolf's with me now. She publishes Strife, a business magazine from the woman's angle. Good that you're here, Katharina. Great that you're there too. Why should Strive be read everywhere in all companies? Well, quite apart from the fact that we write it so well, I would say, from my perspective, I think that Germany needs more good examples of women, so that young women who are studying or training now see that anything's possible. We're not moaners. We're quite happy to write about what doesn't work in Germany, but we also want to show how particular women have broken through that glass ceiling, overcome that gender pay group, and encourage other women to take those steps. So is the pace of digitalization in companies likely to be faster if there are more women at the top? I don't know whether that only affects digital industry, but it would change a few things, because more diversity is usually more fruitful. Diversity in family companies, where daughters can take over. We have fantastic stories about that, how much that changed in the family company. It's an exemplary function that it generates, and a lot of things need to be rethought. With a new angle, you can do that, and that includes digitalization and sustainability. Maybe we need to be a bit more audacious. Is your magazine digital or print? Well, there's both. We have an e-paper and we have a print version. It was really important to have a haptic product for me, not just because all the advertising revenue is going off to Facebook and Google, but because our readers actually told us that they liked having a haptic product, that they could take on holiday with them. Because we only come out every 2 months, it needs to be so valuable that people want to read it for 2 months, and that's easier in print because you can look at the stories one by one over time.
Ingeborg
Neumann is my guest now, Vice President of the BDI, our host. Hello, Ms. Neumann. So, economic affairs are being transformed. What does it mean for your sector, which is fashion and textiles? For fashion and textiles, it's the same thing, of course. There's a lot of change going on. In recent decades anyway, the drivers are, of course, digitalization and sustainability, and the solutions are innovations. We are an extremely innovative sector. We produce highly innovative produce. We can do circular economies, so we're very well equipped for the future. We can, for example, take plant waste and combine that, make it into new textiles. We can take threads from carpets and recycle them. And I think that for the future, we're going to come up with a lot of sustainable products that are innovative. That sounds like you can recognize a lot of new trends on the horizon. At the moment, we're still stuck in this pandemic, and a lot of people are concerned about how we're going to exit this COVID crisis. What opportunities do you see for SMEs? Well, of course, for our sectors, we were very badly hit in the textile business. Shops were closed. Retail trade wasn't working. 50% of our companies suffered severe losses of revenue. But the SMEs are rolling their sleeves up. They're coming up with their innovative solutions. And something else. What kind of solutions? Well, of course, e-commerce has been expanded. Selling products digitally. We've looked at sustainable textiles, we've developed new product lines, and if you look into the future, all of things requires a lot of money, a lot of resources, and of course we have to invest. Something we don't need, looking towards the state, is an additional burden. Of course we'd prefer less of a burden. What we above all need is ecology and economy well dovetailed, cleverly dovetailed, to ensure that we come well through this crisis.
Die Wirtschaft steht vor großen Umbrüchen.
Huge transformations in the economy. We want them to be progressive and innovative. And I'm delighted that Dorothee Bär is with us. Thank you, Minister, for being with us. What is Germany's future for you? Well, for me, Germany is, of course, one place in Europe which is a big, strong country and needs to spearhead this movement, innovative data use, for example, to give our companies an opportunity to use the data available to them to set up new business models. So that requires rules, of course, so that we can protect our values that are important to us, but also a lot of wiggle room, a lot of freedom for implementation. Data as an opportunity for companies, but what political incentives does a high-performing data infrastructure need? I don't know if we need any incentives. I think a high-performance infrastructure is the alpha and omega. It's the absolute foundation. Even if we have the whole infrastructure, that doesn't automatically mean that we are a digitalized country. Then we can start innovating. Then we can use those business models that enable us to make things possible faster. And this is data that the state can make available, data that's been collected. It might be transportation data, weather data. It could be anonymized healthcare data so that something new can be created, but of course always within a particular value-based framework and regulatory framework with a lot of freedoms so that companies can not just try things out, but can actually afford to fail without that being regarded as negative.
Die Wirtschaft steht vor großen Umbrüchen.
The economy faces these huge changes. We want them to be progressive and innovative. I have Hildegard Müller with me. Good to see you. Hello. What is your sector, the automotive sector, doing for Germany's future? We're committed to climate neutrality, and of course we want to preserve a lot of jobs here in Germany. That's a very important task. So we're certainly ramping up e-mobility. By 2025, we will invest 150 billion euros in new propulsion systems, in digitalization, and that's as much as the federal government is investing in research and development. But of course, we need the right framework so that all of this functions properly, with the ramp up and the focus on e-mobility, especially with private cars. And that means we need eco-electricity, green electricity, and we need charging systems. Well, if we're talking about ramping up private cars, e-mobility is going to be a focus. And of course, we're going to carry on making efficient combustion engines. E-mobility won't be enough. In the next 2 years, about 150 models will enter the market so that consumers will have plenty of choice to cater for their needs. But of course, the big questions are, do I have a charging infrastructure? Can I charge my battery, my car, anytime I want to? And that's a task for politicians. We need these columns at home, at the workplace, in shopping malls, and of course in the big car parks and along the motorways. And that means we have to work together on it. And of course we need more green electricity, that's quite clear, because we wouldn't be able to do much if we didn't have the renewable energies. The EU is planning more stringent climate targets up to 2050, and of course that will be a challenge for the automotive industry. What's your approach? Well, I think it's a shame that the EU Commission keeps setting new targets without analysing the consequences and doesn't actually look at what is already possible. It's not enough just to keep reformulating new targets, but to look at what is actually happening. And there with charging structure, we have big concerns, for example. We need research and development in hydrogen-based e-fuels, other forms of propulsion. And we have 1.5 billion vehicles around the world already. If in Europe the EU is going to be so stringent, and I'm sure in the Green Deal, in the Fit for 50 package that is about to come out, probably this ramp-up of the charging infrastructure in Europe will look pretty pitiful. There are only 3 member states that are working on expanding that infrastructure: Germany, the Netherlands and France, and that's not nearly enough if you want to get rid of combustion engines.
Die Wirtschaft steht vor großen Umbrüchen, die es
huge challenges in the economy, sustainability, progressive solutions. This is Armin Laschet. Welcome to you. What's the future for Germany? Germany must do all it can in this fast-changing world to make use of its advantages as a production base, and it can only do that, I think, if in a climate-neutral time we preserve a strong industry. And it sets an example to many around the world. And if we can do that, if we remain an industrial nation but are still carbon neutral, then that will have an impact that many will seek to follow. If we get it wrong, nobody will want to follow our steps here. So innovation today means, above all, climate neutral and digital. What can you do from the political side to make it easier so that SMEs can keep up with the competition around the world? I think the SMEs, industry in general, need planability. There are so many companies that say to me, we'll go along with anything, but please don't change the rules every few months, whether it's from Brussels or Berlin. We can't, in the long run, plan and invest if we don't have planning security. And that's why this year, 2045, we've set the target of carbon neutrality. A lot of companies are saying they want to do it faster. I say, okay, fine. Welcome to the club. But the state still has to establish a framework for the years up to 45. That means less red tape so that companies can develop freely. And also, we need to do all we can on energy costs so that they fall, so that production remains possible in Germany. And from that point of view, the framework is clear. The innovatory power is coming from our universities and our companies.
Die Wirtschaft steht vor großen
The economy confronts huge transformations. We want sustainability, progressive, innovative solutions. This is Olaf Scholz. Hello, Mr. Scholz. What do you think will make Germany's future? Germany is an industrial nation and should remain one. And in other historical situations, we've always needed to ensure that we maintain the infrastructure that helps companies to make the decisions they need to. We're going to need a lot more electricity, a lot more generation capacity, a lot more efficient grids, and we need all that much faster than we're doing today and even planning today. That is the future that I'm working for. Of course, infrastructure isn't just for energy. It's also about mobile networks and how we can develop our roads and rail, of course, still. But one big question for the future is, will we have enough renewable energy so that industry in Germany is strong and can win in the future?
Die Wirtschaft steht vor großen Herausforderungen.
Strong challenges for the economy and opportunities. Wants to be progressive and innovative. I'm welcoming Christian Lindner here. Good to see you. What for you is the future for Germany? It's a country that has been so influenced by industry and its SMEs and wants to give 80 million people good future prospects. And with our cutting-edge technology, we're offering a contribution to help people solve the problems for climate change. Digital transformation caught between data security and added value. How does the FDP, your party, want to support SMEs? On the one hand, of course, we need to protect the private sphere. It's only in authoritarian countries that private and public gets mixed up. And that would be a huge limitation on people's freedom. We don't want that. But it has to be so pragmatic that new applications remain possible. And that's why I take the view that, for example, the implementation of the European General Regulation on Data Protection needs to be revised in German legislation, and Europe too needs to review it.
Welcome back to all of our viewers in our stream. Good to have you with us. We have reached our final element before we wrap up this conference, and it's a special element. We've talked at great length about the need to future-proof German industry, the need for more sustainability, the need for making sure that there's the right political framework for innovation. But none of that can happen, of course, without partners and cooperation. So we have a special transatlantic business talk for you now. I'm very happy to welcome Mr. Siegfried Russwurm, who is here in the studio with me. He's the president of the Federation of German Industries, the BDI, and also very happy to welcome Jay Timmons. He is the president and CEO of the National Association of Manufacturers. So a warm welcome to you both. And Mr. Timmons, thank you for the early start, for making an early start for us this morning. We're very happy to have you with us. And, you know, we're here speaking to you from Germany, which you know is really a powerhouse of manufacturing and of industry. And we've been talking about that here over the last 3 days. So I'd love to start, Mr. Timmons, with asking you to give us a lay of the land, this made in the U.S. label. How does manufacturing look right now in the U.S.?
Well, guten Tag. That is the extent of my German, so you'll have to bear with me, unfortunately. And yes, we are starting our day here in the United States, and it sounds like you're starting to finish yours. But look, manufacturers in the United States are really optimistic, and they're growing stronger every day. We're proud of the fact, quite frankly, that it was our industry that kept working throughout the pandemic. Manufacturers were declared essential in most parts of the United States, and they worked hard to implement safety measures to allow employees to show up and keep producing the household goods and technology that Americans depend on for daily life. But I think it's pretty safe to say that manufacturers really went above and beyond during the pandemic. We ramped up and we shifted operations to help produce personal protective equipment, like masks and gloves and medical supplies, including ventilators, when demand was just skyrocketing for those life-saving devices and goods. And I think that work and that resilience really set the stage for where we are today. We're emerging stronger, and it seems almost counterintuitive that we're emerging stronger than we were before the pandemic. And in fact, 88% of manufacturers here in the United States have reported a positive outlook for the first quarter. And we think we're going to even see higher numbers in the second quarter. The good news, I think, is the American people have developed even stronger confidence and trust in manufacturing. And manufacturers are really helping to lead the United States into this new post-pandemic world through the production and distribution of COVID-19 vaccines. They're creating jobs, they're innovating, and they're keeping vital supply chains open, which of course is one of our biggest challenges. And speaking of challenges, we do have headwinds. The costs of inputs and materials have been rising steadily in recent months. That's not a phenomenon that is unique to the United States. That's a worldwide issue. And a lot of that has to do with supply chain disruptions, internationally. Extreme weather, other impediments, port closures or blockages. They've exposed all kinds of vulnerabilities for our supply chain. Now, the NAM is directing much of our advocacy towards strengthening supply chains within the United States, as I know you, of course, are doing in Germany as well as globally to help prevent shortages and stem the rising costs of inputs. But I think our industry has truly shown, especially over the last 15 to 18 months, that we can solve any problem, and that manufacturing was made for this challenge and, frankly, the next.
That is a really good sign. And you brought up some important points, including supply chains. We're going to get to that in a moment. Just a quick follow-up question on the political framework, which I mentioned. We went from America first to Buy American. So if you had to give the Biden administration a report card from the perspective of manufacturers, what would you say so far?
So I think this is an important message that I'm frankly honored to deliver. The alliance between our European friends and allies and the United States is strong, it's vital, it's important, and it needs to be strengthened even further. I'm very pleased that the president has communicated that alliance and our commitment to that alliance, because the American people are committed to it. There may have been some messengers from the United States that perhaps had not communicated that effectively or appropriately over the course of the last 4 years. But quite frankly, manufacturers are very pleased that there is a redoubling of that commitment with the European Union and other allies around the world. I think, look, we all believe in and we all support and we're all inspired by the resiliency and the strength of manufacturing in our own countries. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a good thing. But we can't ignore the fact that we are interconnected globally and that we must rely on each other, especially allies have to rely on each other to not only promote our economies, but to promote our shared values of freedom, of democracy, and opportunity around the world. So I'm glad to see that commitment once again outlined by our government.
Mr. Roosvam, I'd like to get your take on this. I mean, these are two sides of the coin, of course, promoting domestic manufacturing, but also ensuring that you don't erect protectionist barriers. So what's your take so far on what we've seen from the Biden administration on trade policy and manufacturing?
Well, I can only concur with Jay. There are very clear signals from the new administration in the US that there are strong ties across the Atlantic. And we as manufacturers, as enterprises, we see these ties every day. There is trade across the Atlantic in trillions every year. There is a myriad of companies that have their perceived headquarters on the one side and a lot of manufacturing on the other side of the Atlantic in both directions. So the ties are strong. We have got the message. We've got the message from the new administration. And as John Kerry nicely phrased it in the B20, he said, well, you know, the United States were never away. It's not that America is back. The White House is back. America was never away. That was a very strong statement to that. For sure, we have been frowning when we heard this Buy American. And Jay, to be quite frank, Buy from France would be a slogan which we would prefer. But we know that this is based on friendship. So we will be vigilant, for sure, to be quite frank, because if there are any tightening rules, but we trust in this partnership across the Atlantic.
I should say, by the way, hello to Siegfried, because we are thousands of miles away, but manufactured or technology manufacturers have made this possible, so it's good to see you.
Yeah, well, and manufacturers understand each other across the Atlantic. By the way, nice patch. I like that.
You understand each other?
Also make Germany too.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I see. Yeah, that is a great symbol that you have there, and you understand each other, of course. But it is also all about trade and how you work together. So, Mr. Timmons, I'd like to ask you: do we need to see an overhaul of trade policy? For example, a new TTIP. I mean, what is your approach on how countries need to work together?
Well, look, I think manufacturers in the United States would welcome a new dialogue that's aimed at securing an agreement like the proposed transatlantic trade and investment partnership. And we haven't heard a lot about that lately, obviously, but I think that those talks can and should re-engage. There's a lot that's changed since the last go-around, so there would be a lot to revisit. Manufacturers really see it as vital that the administration pursue these types of free trade agreements. We were very excited and we supported the confirmation of Ambassador Catherine Tai to be our United States trade representative. And we've been working with the administration to address a number of priority issues for the industry, like the transatlantic relationship. One of the administration's crucial responsibilities is going to be to work toward these new trade agreements and to get rid of unfair trade barriers and to propel manufacturing innovation around the world. To make it possible, though, we have this kind of strange little system here in the United States sometimes. But the president of the United States, whoever he or she is, has to be given by Congress, has to be delegated authority to negotiate these trade agreements. It's called Trade Promotion Authority here in the United States. That is set to expire just in 8 days. And that's going to leave the administration without the tools they need. So we need Congress to reauthorize Trade Promotion Authority so that the president and the administration are free to negotiate agreements without major procedural hurdles. So we're looking forward to working on that from the National Association of Manufacturers perspective to help set the stage for a new round or a new TTIP.
Okay, so there are some hurdles there, but there are opportunities certainly to open the door. Mr. Roosvam, I'd like to ask you in that vein, how could Europe, or how does Europe maybe need to become more American and vice versa when we talk about manufacturing and trade policy?
Well, first, let me give you a short comment from my point of view on TTIP. Most likely, we need to slice the elephant. You know, a big comprehensive agreement, as TTIP was initially planned, there have been a lot of emotions around that. Pragmatically, as we manufacturers typically are, let's slice the elephant and see which element of such an agreement can we fix now? Can our government fix now and march on and take it step by step? I've been working with American partners, with American friends for many years. There are some aspects I would wish that more Europeans have this can-do approach of many of my American friends. You know, we start that, we tackle that, and we see where the obstacles are, and we overcome them when they look up. Whereas the European or maybe German tendency is, let's make a plan, let's make a precise plan, let's make an extremely precise plan with all ifs and whens, and that is slow and takes time. So taking a little bit from that approach would definitely be helpful. On the other hand, the rather small economies in Europe, and our potential is big for the European market, our reality sometimes is in slices. We know how important multilateralism is. And every now and then I met CEOs in the States, Jay, where I felt, well, our domestic market is big enough. Why worry about going global? We have a big domestic market. And the argument is a strong one. The United States is a big domestic market, sure, but the globe is even bigger, and the community of friends is even bigger. So I hope that this word spreads out. Yes, we are proud Americans, but there is a world out there that is even bigger than our proud country.
It should give you comfort, Siegfried, that I don't know too many that actually have that philosophy. We are well aware that 95% of the world's customers live outside of the United States. So, and again, it's not just about commerce. And I think that's such an important, message that I think is now being reinforced by President Biden. It's also about our shared values and our shared commitment and love for democracy and freedom. And so I hope that we can continue to focus not only on our alliances and our friendships and what we can do to help elevate the standard of living in countries all around the world, but also focus on how that helps us propel those values around the world. I think, Siegfried, you and I should just sit down and negotiate this thing and just cut the government out of it. I think we could probably come up with a solution. What do you think?
I just wanted to say that. The interesting pattern is that while government negotiations live in their boundary conditions, as you said, for Congress and the presidency, we have similar setups here and certain responsibilities in the European Union, others here in Germany on different levels of our federal system. Pragmatic as we are, most likely we would ease out some of these things. And actually, companies do that.
Sure.
Yes. With all the obstacles and complications of some rules, to a large extent, companies find pragmatic approaches. That comes to certain limits. One of the limits that we need to overcome from a regulatory perspective, from a governmental perspective, is the digital collaboration, where we have currently, unfortunately, a situation that since the abandoned Privacy Shield agreement, there is a gap, which with all our creativity, Jay, we will stumble to overcome that. And here we need to motivate our governments to find a way to open up that dimension, because the world is going digital. Manufacturing is digital by all means. So we need to address that digital challenge between our governments, actually.
So there's
yes,
a lot of...
and of course, cybersecurity will be a key factor in that as well.
Absolutely.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Timmons. I just wanted to come back to a point that you made about shared values, because there's been one of the big topics of discussion, really a part of this conference, has been how to engage with China. So I'd be curious to hear how you and the perspective from the U.S. manufacturing end look at German engagement in China.
Well, look, we recognize that all the logistical and strategic considerations that multi-corporations have to make. And many of our members, as you might guess, are actually based in Germany, or they have extensive operations in your country, which is why, quite honestly, the NAM and the BDI have had such a strong partnership and a strong relationship for so many years. And I'm so proud to continue to share that bond. So our members at the NAM, they also see value in continued engagement with China. It's a major destination for U.S. exports. I think we have around $90 billion in manufactured goods going there last year. They're our third largest trading partner. So they're going to remain an important market for manufacturers in America. And so for American manufacturers to be globally competitive, they know they have to be able to compete in China and around the world. So we can't be naive, however. We have to plot the future of our economic involvement with China. We've got to find ways to boost manufacturing competitiveness while, frankly, kind of pushing back. And I think it's important to do that. And I think the president laid it out very, very well earlier this month. We've got to push back against clearly problematic Chinese behaviors. We know China is an economic security threat, and that's a matter of competition. But it's becoming more and more clear that China is also a national security threat for democracies around the world. So again, the president's recent trip to Europe, we were really encouraged. And our hope is that this visit, subsequent efforts will strengthen our shared commitment to democracy and freedom so we can work together to address those shared challenges, but also the shared threats. And those threats have to, as we look at them, we have to understand that they include market distorting behavior, intellectual property theft, and that just shouldn't be accepted as a cost of doing business in China. China has to live up to the promises that it made as part of its WTO Ascension Agreement 2 decades ago. We've also got to find ways to stop human rights violations, particularly forced labor, and address, as I mentioned, some of those national security issues like hacking and cybersecurity. And even as we work with China and try to foster reform, the EU and the US need to work together toward trade agreements that allow us to diversify our supply chains, and that will also help us address human rights and labor concerns.
Absolutely. I can only concur. We all want to do business with China. Why should we not? And we are perfectly transparent. We have raised our concerns. We have articulated our preconditions. There are certain aspects where we are different, and we can accept that to be different. And there are certain red lines where this doesn't work out. And human rights, with all respect, they are not an internal affair for no country around the globe. And here is where we will have a strong stand. And again, it's good to have partners and allies that share the same values and come to the same conclusions.
Absolutely. And Mr. Timmons, a question on supply chains. And if we think about supply chains as critical infrastructure, how do you expect supply chain management to shift in the U.S. in coming years?
That is something that we have been dealing with, it's pretty safe to say that we've been dealing with that for a number of years here in the United States, but it became very evident during the pandemic that we did have a supply chain crisis here. We were woefully unprepared in terms of the production of basic needs like masks and surgical gloves and robes and hospital booties and other PPE, because largely those products were produced outside of the United States. We presented a plan to the previous administration. We've been working with the Biden administration to figure out ways to incentivize manufacturers to invest their next dollar here in the United States to help us kind of deal with some of the supply chain issues. We've also got issues that we know we have to deal with in a more immediate sense. So the semiconductor shortage here in the United States is causing us some major problems. So we have some legislation that's going through Congress to help us address those issues. But it really, for us, and I'm sure for manufacturers everywhere, it's all about incentives. Where can we invest that next dollar to get the most bang for the buck, as we would say here in the United States, hire the next worker, and for for major concerns like the pandemic, you obviously want to have a strong and resilient supply chain in your own country. Domestic supply is critical.
You want to weigh in on that, Mr.
Well, the key word that Jay mentioned was resilience. That will be a stronger criterion in optimizing supply chains and supply networks. The risk of putting too much eggs into one basket, we have seen the consequences. That closure of one channel in Suez, that closure of one port in China causes major disruptions around the world. And risk management in supply networks will be a much looked for profession over the next time. To what extent it will be a reshoring may depend on the size of your country, and what is reshoring for the United States may be a different distribution of sources for the smaller countries like in Europe. But definitely this tendency for the sake of scale and cost benefits of scale to put all eggs into one basket, literally, we've seen the consequences. So getting your supply chain and your network on a broader basis, that's like an insurance premium that you pay. And every now and then you need to look at some damage to justify that you pay that premium. We've seen the damage now, and I guess companies are more willing to accept that premium to optimize their supply networks, ideally not for the cost of higher prices to pay, but have less risks on one single point to make that thing collapse, as we have seen it now.
Important lessons learned. We're pretty much out of time, so I'm going to ask really one last very short question, literally a lightning round question here, starting with you, Mr. Roosevelt. What is the biggest priority for industry and manufacturers to aid economic recovery going forward this year and the coming years?
Well, it is about competitiveness. And we know that there are competitors all around the globe. A lot of people are eager to reach our standard of living, our success that is based on manufacturing. So the race about competitiveness will go on. And in such a race, partners are good to have, Jay. That's what I see.
And Mr. Timmons, what's your take?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So here in the United States, the NAM works on our domestic competitiveness, and we focus on tax policy, regulatory policy. We're very focused right now on infrastructure investment here in the United States. That's been neglected here for too long. And then, of course, strong and vibrant trade relationships. So I feel very optimistic that we're going to get there and continue to improve here in the United States. And I'm also very optimistic and bullish that our relationships around the world are going to strengthen as well.
That's a very positive note to close on, so we'll leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Timmons and Mr. Roosevelt. I think we need to let you guys go offline and do some negotiating now from what I could take away from this conversation. But thank you both, and to our viewers in the stream, we'll be wrapping up the conference in just a few moments, so please do stay with us. We'll be right back.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Die Wirtschaft steht vor großen Umbrüchen, die
Business is facing major upheaval, and that needs to be shaped in an economically and socially acceptable way. Volker of Deloitte is with us. What does your business do for Germany as a location fit for the future? We support companies in the big transformative issues. We support them through consulting and MOVE. The two big transformational issues are digitalization and sustainability. Lots of companies are currently concerned with the way out of the crisis, how to get out of it well. What are the positive trends that, from your angle, are emerging for German business? Initially, the prospects are positive again. Companies are setting for a course of growth. The WTO has shown once again that most companies actually are expecting growth this year above the pre-crisis level. At the same time, though, long-term transformation issues need to be tackled. Digitization, and that's not just technology, it's also staff, skilling, upskilling, training. And the second feature, obviously, is sustainability. And here, how to get industry sustainable and climate neutral.
so that we see it as an opportunity for growth, embrace it as such, and play a pioneering role.
Herzlich willkommen, liebe Zuschauer und Zuschauerinnen, zum letzten Mal.
A warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last time we're in this studio. This sadly is the end of the Day of Industry 2021. 3 exciting full days, and we're here for the summary. My colleague Isabel is with me, as are Mr. Lang and Mr. Russell. Honestly, Isabel, I think we were both bowled over by the content and the many impressions we got. Absolutely, Sumi, that's what I said too. There was such a wealth of prospects, angles, content. It was so fascinating to see where does industry stand now, post-pandemic. How far has industry come when it comes to green transformation? What needs to be made sure for further progress? What will be the next step? And what potential is there still in digitization among this huge amount of data we're producing? All issues that we'll continue to discuss. Mr. Roswell, you may do the summing up. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now got 3 days of the TDI behind us. I hope you could take lessons home with you, that it was time well spent. Our idea was an exchange, seeking answers, joint solutions for the future. Speaking for myself, I can say these 3 days, for me, have been more than worth it. Yes, I admit, I've found that some of my ideas have been confirmed. That's something nice, but I've also learned many new things, became acquainted with interesting arguments, and sometimes, well, it's not necessary that I frowned, but certainly it gives one food for thought. Crucial, though, for me, and maybe also particularly from yesterday's day with the many political figures, I am more hopeful again that the basic consensus, the agreement that Germany is a climate-neutral industrial country, a country of export and innovation, is something which at least is shared by politics, very clearly by the Chancellor in her statement, but also the 3 challengers have clearly committed to this. Now you could say, well, politicians talk much. Whatever the new Chancellor is, man or woman, we will measure how well they measure up to what they said on this Day of Industry 2021. But it's very certain that the new boss in the Chancellery has already been with us this year. But that's not enough. We will have to carry this message into society. The political consensus about Germany as industrialization is insufficient. We also need a social consensus, and that still needs to be done. And there also needs a lot to be done for the framework conditions to be created for industry. We made that very clear and looked at it from different angles, from CEOs, academics, from all sorts of different sectors. They all confirmed we have a massive deficit when it comes to infrastructure, in both the brick-and-mortar infrastructure, in our digital infrastructure, and massively when it comes to our energy infrastructure. There are ambitious targets of a decarbonized and climate-neutral industrialized Germany, and these deficits need to be overcome to get there. A lot is to be done for Germany, a lot to be done by politics, and a lot to be done by industry. We need to do our bit. And obviously investment, we need a good framework, but much of the investment will have to fall on our shoulders, and we will carry this burden. We will make it if we are let alone. So the message, leave industry to do its thing, integrate us, let's seek solutions together. That was a message we gave out very strongly. The political guests we had agreed, and we will remember their words. Industry is ready, together with politics, together with the government. We want to work on this target, on implementing it. It's a good tradition. That's what we're doing with the current government, and we will do it with the next government, whatever shape it will take. But occasionally we'll do so by kindly reminding them of what is necessary. And sometimes this reminder may have to be rather vociferous because, let me repeat, we haven't got time. We need to get faster, particularly when it comes to infrastructure. I think that's a message we communicated very clearly. And Mr. Lang, you've collected some O-tones, what it was like. Yes, thank you, President. I'll try and give you some hard facts. We had 120 speakers and 50 items on our agenda. We also had 3 heads of government. We had with us a woman candidate, 2 men candidates for the office of Chancellor. We had 2 party bosses, 500 people live, present physically, and a record for the TDI, 80,000 views. How did it all happen? Well, there were a lot of people involved who had to do with it. Annalena Baerbock, she very clearly emphasized consensus, saying, let's start fast to make the target of a climate-neutral industry possible in Germany. Armin Laschet demanded more speed for infrastructure projects and an attractive location, and he wants to deliver making this happen. He wants to speed up the transformation process. Olaf Scholz on our stage also talked about massively extending infrastructure, and this is something which they all had in common. They also want to ramp up new energy sources, and he wants to cover growing electricity demand. But of course, you also had very clear messages from the decision makers in our companies. And let's start with Marco Fuchs, the CEO of OHB, the aerospace company. He said, not just always be transmitting, be receiving as well. CEO of ThyssenKrupp said, on the way to a hydrogen economy, you need a clear roadmap and a type of construction plan for the infrastructure you need. Martin Brudermüller of BASF said, we need first a faster expansion of renewables, second a lower electricity price, and third a better infrastructure, for example, when it comes to 5G. Professor Kammerlander of the WHO said, the medium-sized businesses aren't waiting for politics. Quite often, family businesses, medium-sized businesses are a great deal more innovative, measured on outcome, not on invested sums. The CEO of Schaeffler AG, he reminded the boss of the Green Party, rely on own initiative. That's a lot better than trying to impose everything top-down. And as far as upward mobility is concerned, the Undersecretary of State for North Rhine-Westphalia, Gülen, said today, it's not the medium-sized industry that needs more diversity, it's public sector. So, clear messages to politics, clear ideas for the political decision makers as to what they need to do. And industry and business in Germany need to be supported so the country can be moved forward. And as the President said, industry is ready for this transformation, shaping this transformation together with politics. And this is a clear message coming out of TDI this year. Thank you for being with us, and I give the floor to the President. Thank you. I can only agree with the words of gratitude, and I would like expressly to mention our moderators and the many people who I see around here. You can't see them because they're all behind the cameras, and these are a lot of people who've made sure in the last 3 days that we could organize the Day of Industry this way, in hybrid format, in on-site format, with a type of digital format which was a bit new for us, but the example of 80,000 views, it clearly worked very well. A big thank you to all of you. Thank you for everybody who's joined us. I'm saying goodbye with a heartfelt see you again, wherever it may be, but at the latest in 2022 at the next Day of Industry. Thank you.